cable.
We should let you go. We got to we use the same one. We use the same one.
I'll trade you.
This is the one that is that.
Oh,
plug
okay.
it into the ground or the wall or whatever.
Yeah, I want
Yeah. No, but
Good to see you this morning. Good.
We do these forward-looking knowledge every year.
Good stuff. Sure. Thank you.
She was in charge of science.
I'm good. How are you doing? Yeah, good. Well, it's nice to have it's the same, but I'm like, I'm so comfortable. I mean, sometimes, don't get me wrong, there are days when it's yeah, the same thing, but in a way, it's like, and I can do it quickly, so that,
Haven't been able to stop.
just in time for the short clean.
We put the comments
you're fine. Sure, sure. Will you be speaking on behalf of, you speaking for a little while? Because so, are you going to go up there with the applicant? Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I'm still learning this. So it's like, I don't know what it feels like,
Well, based on what else, it's the season.
Kelsey, how are you doing today?
Still alive somehow.
They already did that.
Yeah.
They already did
That fella sitting beside you. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call the June 27th, 2023 meeting of the Marine Resources Commission to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance by Associate Member France, followed by invocation by Associate Member Thacker.
So all turn and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
Let us pray. As we convene the June meeting of the Marine Resources Commission, give us the strength to be grateful stewards of the Commonwealth's natural resources. We ask that our discussions and decisions be honest and forthright, based on science and facts. Continue to give our staff and Marine Police the fortitude to uphold our laws and to serve all Virginians, all citizens of Virginia. For this we pray. Amen. Amen.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Our first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Are there any corrections, deletions, or changes from commission members or staff to the current agenda? Any corrections or deletions or changes? That being said, this commission operates on motions.
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
I got a motion, Mr. Headley, a second by Mr. Erskine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda, minutes. Are there any corrections, deletions, or changes from the commission members or staff for the May 23rd, 2023 commission meeting minutes? Any corrections to the minutes? Going once. Staff, everything good?
Motion to approve May minutes.
Got a motion to approve May minutes from Mr. Erskine. Second from Mr. Minor. All those approved?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Next one, swearing in VMRC staff and VIM staff to be speaking or presenting testimony during the meeting. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right. Number 2. Randy, I think this is you.
Commissioner, members of the commission, good morning. Before I read the one page 2 item, I would like to recognize Mr. France, Mr. Tankard. With the exception of Royce Bridger and Louis Gillingham, I think I'm the oldest employee here as far as tenure. I just want to say that you guys have served us extremely well, and the Commonwealth will truly suffer your absence. We have one page 2 item. Item 2A, BRG Little Creek. This was before the commission in May of '22. You've seen it, you've approved it. This is a smaller footprint. It's the same project, slightly smaller. Due to some construction costs, they've tailored it down a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and read to you the revised project that's now before you. BRG Little Creek is requesting authorization to make modifications at the existing Cuddy Sark Marina to include 4 uncovered boat lifts, 3 floating kayak jet ski launch platforms, 20 new finger piers on Dock A, 10 new finger piers on Dock B, with removal and replacement of mooring piles as needed to create 73 additional slips at property on Little Creek at 4707 Pretty Lake Avenue in the city of Norfolk. We recommend a royalty of $68,760 for an encroachment over 45,840 square feet of state-owned bottom and a rate of $1.50 per square foot.
Any questions from the commission for Mr. Owen? Thank you very much. Being said, is anyone here wishes to speak on these projects? That being said, matter before the commission.
Move to approve page 2 item.
Second.
Motion to approve from Mr. France, a second by Mr. Branson. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We don't have to meet for closed council, do we?
No, sir.
You ready for me, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am. Proceed.
Okay. I'm happy to start the day off with a program that we're proud to administer, which is our new Abandoned and Derelict Vessel Grant Program. As a quick refresher, This is the third month that we're bringing applications in front of you. In 2023, we received $3 million from the legislator specifically for the removal of abandoned and derelict vessels. And we're administering this money by the creation of a grant program for either advance funds or reimbursements to localities to assist in removal of those vessels. This program allows us to utilize capacity of other localities and also to assist them where needed for removing this problem. So the first application we have is by the city of Poquoson. They have 2 vessels adjacent to their public pier at Messick Point. They're applying for $16,530 to remove these 2 vessels, which you can see are located here and here. These vessels have been under investigation by a number of people, including, or a number of agencies, including our Marine Police, who've done an extensive work trying to investigate and compel removal, as well as Poquoson PD and the Public Works Departments. And even after utilization of their tools, they were still unable to get removal of these vessels. So they will be using their ordinances to remove the vessels away from their public property. We also have a larger application by the City of Virginia Beach, who is utilizing our grant program a little bit different, in which they're identifying 18 vessels that are of priority for the city. They're going to create a notice of funding availability and through a public process hire an agent to conduct the work that they want to see done. So they've identified 18 vessels in the North Landing and the Lynnhaven rivers that they want to remove. So you can see here in the North Landing River, they've identified vessels that are adjacent to what is the historic wooden vessel yard. So this area has been identified by the Department of Historic Resources to contain historic vessels that are of historic importance. However, a lot of these comparatively new vessels could be endangering the historic resources as well as environmental and navigational issues. And that's why they've identified these. You can see pictures of the 12 that they've identified for removal here. And they've also identified in the Lynnhaven River 6 vessels that are of community importance for removal. And you can see the pictures of these vessels here. So many of these vessels have ranging different backgrounds and issues associated with them, which will be worked out through the process of the notice of funding availability and through the contractor that they choose to run the program. And then our last application for the day is by the City of Portsmouth. They are applying for $35,000 to remove 2 abandoned vessels at their public property at the High Street Landing. This is the location in Portsmouth in the Elizabeth River, which the ferry comes and goes. This bulkhead is used particularly for short-term mooring for people to come on their boat, enjoy the city, and then head out. And they have specific ordinances that say the times that they can be and the types of vessels that can be there. However, there are 2 vessels who have stayed long-term. The city has taken both of these owners to court to compel removal. The court process is complete, and now they are asking for the funding to use the ordinances to remove these vessels as well. So although commission approval is not necessary for the program, we do like to keep this a public and transparent process. So we are requesting a review, and I'm taking your input for each application and would like a vote of confidence on these 3 applications: City of Poquoson, City of Virginia Beach, and the City of Portsmouth, for these advance funds to remove these vessels and to responsibly dispose of them. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from the commission for Mrs. Peabody? Mr. Erskine?
Thanks, Rachel. So the City of Virginia Beach one, they've identified a number of vessels, but you mentioned they were going to hire somebody to work through that process.
They're going to do what is essentially like an RFP process. So it's going to be a notice of funding availability, which is basically going to be a grant to the winner, who will manage that process through that contract to remove the vessels on their behalf.
So just a follow-up. With the amount requested from Virginia Beach, did they say or articulate how much of that would go towards that process of hiring somebody?
They have articulated what they estimate to be the amount for investigation. However, through the contracting process, through the agreement between the Virginia Beach and VMRC, we are going to ask specifically for the receipts, the time, all of that, and we will be reimbursing, we will be paying for the receipts at that time. So we'll be reviewing that through that agreement process, and so will Virginia Beach.
Okay, thank you.
More questions from Mrs. Peabody? Mr. Hadley?
The city of Portsmouth has the 2 boats, and the pictures show them that they are floating. Is 35,000 an estimate, or are you doing the same thing as far as they give you the receipts and then?
That's correct. So they're just applying for what they thought it could possibly be. Most likely, it's going to be lower.
Yes.
But we will be receiving their invoices, and then we will clean up after that. So if it's less, then they'll go ahead and return the additional money back to us, or identify a new vessel in which they want to remove.
This money was done by legislation last year, and we were tasked with putting a manual together and guidelines on how to disseminate the money to the localities. And many of the localities, they're fairly new to this process as well, so we're letting them do their RFP process because they have different requirements than we do, and they're the ones overseeing the projects and picking what vessels is environmentally better for that particular locality to get out of the water. So, any more questions from Mrs. Peabody? Thank you, Rachel. Is there anyone in the audience here that wishes to speak on this matter in support of or in opposition to? Oh, that's good. Matters before the commission.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Got a motion to approve staff recommendations from Mr. Minor, second from Mr. Headley. Any further discussion? That being said, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Rachel. Next item.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing great, thank you.
So this is in reference to Mr. Robert Hogg Jr., Notice to Comply number 23-08, and it's a commission review of 2 unauthorized floating docks situated over state-owned Sebaqueous Bottom near the mouth of Deep Creek in the city of Newport News. This is a general vicinity map showing the location. They're in here. Here's a closer view. The 2 unauthorized docks are here in red. And if you're familiar with the location, Menchville Marina is located here. This is a complete timeline of this matter, but I'll just summarize a few key points. So staff received an anonymous complaint about the floating docks and conducted a site inspection in August of 2022. Staff identified 1 670 square foot floating dock and 1 350 square foot floating dock installed within the Sebaqueous bottomland of Deep Creek without VMRC authorization. In September of that year, staff spoke with Mr. Robert Hogg on the telephone, and he confirmed ownership and placement of both of the docks. And then in January of 2023, Marine Police confirmed the floating docks were still present, and staff attempted to contact Mr. Hogg again to discuss the violation and removal, and Mr. Hogg did not return staff's phone calls. So on March 27th, 2023, Mr. Hogg was served a notice to comply by Marine Police, ordering the complete removal of the unauthorized docks within 30 days of notice. And to date, the docks have not been removed. And since the notice to comply was issued, Mr. Hogg has not returned staff's calls to discuss the matter. So on June 20th of 2023, the Marine Police served Mr. Hogg with a notice of this commission hearing, letting him know that this would be presented and heard. Here's a closer aerial of the two docks, circled in red, and some site photos. And staff's recommendation is that the two unauthorized docks should be removed immediately. Since Mr. Hogg has failed to comply with the commission directive, staff recommends the matter be elevated to the Office of Attorney General for further enforcement action. I'm not sure if Mr. Hogg is here, but I can try to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the commission? Mr. Taggart?
Well, what's Mr. Hogg's demeanor when you do contact him? I saw that you had 9 different interactions with this gentleman.
I've only spoken to him once. Marine Police has dealt with him more. He was nice the first time I spoke to him, but he hasn't returned any phone calls since then. I have been to the site a few different times hoping that it would get removed, but Marine Police might be able to contact or comment better on his demeanor.
Well, follow-up, does he understand he is out of compliance? He doesn't have a permit? Is there some misunderstanding in that regard?
So he has received the notice to comply, which does outline that he's, out of compliance. I can't speak to if he understands that since I haven't been able to contact him and speak with him about it. But he did receive those notices. He was served and signed for them. And when I spoke to him originally, we were still kind of in the investigation phase, trying to figure out if it was a violation, what was going on. So I can't speak to that either.
All right, thank you, though.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you. Is there Mr. Hogg here, Mr. Robert Hogg Jr., is he here present? I'd like to speak on this matter. Anyone here wants to speak in support or opposition of what is recommended here? That being said, matters before the commission. Mr. France?
Yes, yeah, I would make a motion that staff proceed as they had stated with the Attorney General and move forward with this.
Have a motion to initiate the proceedings suggested by staff, second by Mr. Bransom. Any further discussion? Being said, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, I need to recuse myself.
Let the record reflect that Associate Member Headley is recusing himself on item 7.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Great, thank you.
Okay, Dominion Energy Virginia is requesting authorization to install 9 230 kilovolt submarine high voltage alternating current offshore export cables placed a minimum of 8 feet below state-owned submerged bottomlands via plowing and tunneling within the Atlantic Ocean from the 3 nautical mile boundary of the Commonwealth's territorial sea to the state military reservation, formerly Camp Pendleton, and install temporary cofferdams or permanent concrete mattresses and temporary pilings to facilitate cable installation, and also to aerially cross 3 jurisdictional streams in the city of Virginia Beach to support the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind Project, and this project is protested. The export cables and aerial crossings will transmit electrical power from 176 proposed 14.7 megawatt wind turbine generators to be constructed in federal waters in this leased area in red. It's approximately 24 nautical miles offshore. The project itself is split into 2 major parts, the offshore components and the onshore components. The offshore components include the lease area and turbines in federal waters, and also the export cables in black. For our discussion, we are restricting our review to the export cable installation within state waters, which is just about 1/8 of the entire offshore project corridor. The other part of the project are the onshore components in Virginia Beach and Chesapeake. These include board crossings under some non-jurisdictional resources, as well as the construction of a new switching station and about 14 miles or so of aerial utility line crossings from Virginia Beach to Chesapeake. And then for our review, we are limiting our discussion to just 3 of those crossings over West Neck Creek, North Landing River, and Gum Swamp in Virginia Beach. Here is a close-up of that offshore plan view showing the lease area in red, the export cable in corridor in yellow, the export cables themselves in black, and then this green line is the 3 nautical mile boundary, so here is the only jurisdictional area for the commission today. And then moving west within the cable corridor, the export cables will be trenched or plowed to be buried in from the lease area to the nearshore area. Onshore, you've got these blue dots. That represents the landfall location or an area where the direct pipe or otherwise directionally drilled portion would start, or that's the landfall location. The direct pipe would come out to approximately 1,100 feet offshore to those red dots, which mark the transition area where the buried cable will connect and be back pulled through that directionally drilled corridor. The yellow dots also represent the area where those temporary cofferdams or permanent concrete mattresses would go at those stitching points to help facilitate that cable connection and further protection down the road. Here's another plan view of the proposed work in state waters. So this top figure up here shows the 9 corridor or cables, in black, and then also shows the existing pilot cable in this double green line that was installed in 2020, and 3 existing transatlantic telecommunications cables that were also installed previously. You also notice over here that the 9 export cables that are proposed do cross the existing pilot cable. So the northern 5 cables cross that pilot cable via trenched or plowed install, where the proposed cables will be about 8 feet below the substrate, compared to about 115 feet down for that pilot cable, which is directionally drilled there. The southern 4 cables will cross closer to shore in the area via direct pipe. Excuse me. So this is the area where the cables will be about 40 to 60 feet down, compared to, again, that 115 feet of the existing cable. So plenty of clearance there, should be no conflict. The bottom drawing is just a side profile of the buried cable as it sits below the substrate in red and then makes its way to the board crossing profile. And then here's just another side profile of the direct pipe cross-section showing the target depth of about 60 feet below mean low water. This is a plan view of the proposed transition areas. You'll note the 9 individual blue boxes shown. Those represent the individual cofferdams, temporary cofferdams that would be in place. And then here's the cross-section for those cofferdams. This is the same location at the transition points, but instead this is the plan for the concrete mattresses if used. These would be permanent and would be used if the temporary cofferdams are not feasible. Here's the side profile of the export cable connection using the concrete mattresses. Highlighted here is about half or less than half of the concrete mattress is proposed to actually rest on the substrate and be exposed. The remaining portion of that mattress is anticipated to be covered by substrate post-construction. Here's the direct pipe detail at the punch-out location. This is a picture of the hydroplow, which is a proposed cable burial method. It uses jet trenching and simultaneously lays the cable behind it as it's being towed by a vessel. And this is an alternate burial method for those cables. It's a hybrid trencher, and it has the ability to do the jet plowing like the hydroplow, but also can mechanically cut through such substrate as well. And then moving on to the onshore components, which are, again, limited to the 3 aerial crossings over West Neck Creek, North Landing River, and Gum Swamp, shown by the 3 stars. They're all aerial in nature. This cross-section just shows the aerial configuration of those crossings, and this is the representative cross-section for West Neck Creek. As part of our permit review process, we conducted our standard public and agency interest review. DEQ will waive permitting requirements provided Commission and Corps permits are issued. The Corps has indicated that it will issue an individual permit for the project, but is awaiting the submittal of the final EIS and recommendations from NOAA and Fish and Wildlife Service. The City of Virginia Beach Wetlands Board has no jurisdiction over the proposal, given that there are no proposed impacts to jurisdictional tidal wetlands or coastal primary sand dunes or beaches. Comments were requested from the U.S. Coast Guard, the Department of Health, the Department of Wildlife Resources, and the Virginia Institute of Marine Science. The U.S. Coast Guard has no concerns regarding the work within state waters and is working directly with the applicant on proposed activities within federal waters. The Department of Health has no concern over the proposal. And staff did receive comments from DWR regarding protected species for the overall project, and they did recommend the use of infrared vision technology in low light conditions during construction activities to better account for the presence and absence of marine protected species. VIMS also evaluated the proposal and advised that the installation method and construction activities are expected to result in minimal localized or temporary impacts. They did indicate that seabed contours and benthic fauna are expected to recover soon after construction is complete, and agrees that seabed temperatures in the vicinity of the direct vicinity of the export cables would likely not increase to levels that result in ecologically damaging conditions above ambient conditions. They also recommend the use of ramp-up procedures in concert with cushion blocks if the use of steel hollow piles, the temporary steel hollow piles, is used rather than solid H piles, and those piles would be installed for vessel stabilization during construction. Commission staff also received 2 official comments in protest of the project. One protestant is opposed to the project in general, but included no specific concerns. The second protestant does cite some specific concerns related to anticipated fisheries impacts, including spiny dogfish, whelk, and the shrimp trawl fishery. As of Sunday evening, we did receive one other letter of support for the project, which are not in your books, and I have a supplemental page for that for you now. This person states that the inclusion of structures out in federal waters would result in improved fishing opportunities.
Thank you.
While staff acknowledges the concerns raised by those protestants related to fisheries impacts, staff has coordinated with our scientific advisors at VIMS and the Fisheries Division of this agency to discuss those concerns, and we do not feel that the proposed work and installation activities will result in long-term permanent impacts to state-owned bottom, the biological community, or the fisheries that this agency manages. Staff also feels that the overall benefits to bring approximately, or over, 2,000 megawatts of renewable energy to shore, serving Virginia residents, outweigh the overall detriments of the proposal. Accordingly, after considering the plans submitted by the applicant and comments provided by VIMS and other reviewing agencies, and all factors contained within Chapter 12 of Title 28.2 of the Code of Virginia, staff is recommending the approval of the project as proposed, including the one-time payment of a royalty for the encroachment over state-owned bottoms, totaling $493,227. If approved, in addition to the payment of a royalty, staff recommends the following additional special conditions to be included. The permittee agrees to provide a post-installation survey with the coordinates of all permanent project components, including each of the 9 cables and concrete mattresses if installed within 30 days of installation. The permittee also agrees to submit this information to NOAA to be included on the navigation chart within 30 days of installation. The permittee agrees to submit a 5-year post-construction statement of inspection to the Commission, confirming that all structures are in the permitted locations and are in proper working order. The permittee agrees to the use of ramp-up procedures in concert with the cushion blocks if temporary steel hollow pilings are used for construction activities. the permittee agrees to the utilization, of infrared vision technology during construction to ensure effective monitoring of marine protected species. And finally, the commission should also consider conditioning the permit's approval upon the requirement that the applicant make all good faith efforts to pursue an easement agreement with BMRC, the Attorney General, and the Governor in accordance with Section 28.2, 1208 of the Code of Virginia. That will conclude staff's presentation, and I am available for questions. I am aware that the applicant is present and available to answer your questions as well, and I am unsure if there are any folks here to speak for or against the project.
Any questions from the commission? Ms. Haney?
What, I heard you mention the shrimp trawl fishery, but what other fisheries could possibly be affected with that area?
So we have heard that the shrimp trawl fishery might be affected. People do some gill netting for spiny dogfish in the area, as well as some whelk and conch dredging or trawling fisheries. Those are the only ones that I am aware of that could be potentially impacted, although I'm sure there are others in the area that might be recreationally fished as well.
Follow-up?
Ms. Haney, yes.
I didn't see any comments from any watermen in our packets. Were the watermen notified? Are they aware of what's taking place?
So one of the protestants, at least, has sort of claimed to be a waterman. We didn't notify personally for this public interest review. We didn't notify individual watermen, but we have, with our director of coastal policy, has been in coordination with the applicant and other fishing groups, anglers clubs, and offshore alliances and things like that. So they are aware of the project. We did not receive any comments from those groups.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Branson?
Yes, thank you, sir. Tiffany, these temporary cofferdams that they're going to use, they're going to be replaced with a concrete matting that you referenced after they finish the export cable pull onto the Camp Pendleton or the State Reserve, right?
Not necessarily. So it's a one or the other. So they'll either be using temporary cofferdams to facilitate that cable installation, or if the cofferdams are not feasible, the punch-out location would come up a little bit closer to the surface, and then they would be able to sort of lift that buried cable to connect. The mattress would be placed on top as a protective measure for that section.
And also the temporary matting would be used where they're crossing the existing project cable, right? Anytime they bore less than 8 feet, I think I read.
So there are proposed concrete mattresses offshore in federal waters where the cables cross the existing telecommunications cables right here. There are no crossings in state waters that would require the use of the concrete mattresses. The only crossing would be the pilot cable, and that's 40 to 100 feet below the proposed cables.
Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Erskine?
So, thank you for the presentation. You had mentioned in the comments that were received, the Army Corps, you were waiting the environmental impact statement. So we don't have an environmental impact statement as of yet?
We have reviewed a draft environmental impact statement. My understanding is the final environmental impact statement is not poised to be submitted until the end of the year, and that is more of a federal requirement. We comment on those, but it's exclusive to our permitting process.
But as a follow-up, but isn't the environmental impact statement going to cover what we're discussing here in terms of impacts on state marine resources?
Yes. So I don't believe there would be any, and the applicant should probably confirm this too, but I don't believe there are any anticipated changes that would change the impacts to state waters.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you. Is the applicant or an agent for the applicant here wish to speak on this matter? Please state your name for the record. Please.
Good morning. My name's Jason Erickson.
Reach right. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Proceed.
Thanks for the opportunity. Happy to answer any questions. Agree with the conditions and the work the commission's done.
Any questions from the commission for the applicant? Mr. Erskine?
Just to expand on the environmental impact statement, can you follow up a little bit on that as far as when it will be completed and when would this board have an opportunity to review that?
So the draft environmental impact statement was issued in December, and this board and VIMS commented on it, or reviewed, had the opportunity to comment on it. The final impact statement will be public noticed later this summer and final in the fall, September.
Okay, thank you. When you say we had, I'm sorry, follow up. You mean the staff at VMRC had the ability to comment on the draft? We didn't, as a commission here, did not see that document?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience wish to speak in support of this project? You need to come on up here to this microphone and state your name for the record, please. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name in the microphone, please.
Oh, my name is Stuart Goff. I'm a commercial fisherman. I was actually here for something else today and was unaware of these cables being buried. I am a spiny dog fisherman. I've also been involved in the conch fishery through the years, and I was really unaware of any of this. I think many of us are unaware. That area right there, it is cables there already, I think. They're on our charts. But it could be really bad for the shrimping fleet if it was done in a certain time of the year, because that is only open for a certain time of the year, like October to February. It would block them completely and some of their main shrimping grounds. Spiny dog fishery, we fish up and down there. I can say we move our nets above and below that. It could be an inconvenience, yes. Conching, that's a large area where the conchs bed down. That is a major conching area for the conch potters. Inconvenience to the waterman itself would be bad, but it could also destroy the bottom where the conchs bed down and really, kill many conchs, which do they move gradually, they're slow moving. Digging in the bottom there would disrupt that bottom and could really be bad for the conch species itself. And I think that should be looked into. And like I said, the time of the year would depend a lot on the fisheries. Obviously, in the fall, October through March, is spiny dogfish and shrimping, and also the conch potting is there in the winter. And so all three of those industries would be directly impacted greatly by this.
Mr. Branson?
Yeah, Captain, thank you. How much whelk and conch fisheries and spiny dogfish fishing is done inside of 3 miles? Because that's what we're here to consider today.
The shrimping is completely.
Yeah,
inside
shrimping,
three,
yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
The conch potting in the early seasons, you can, if you have the conch pot permit for inshore, it's up until about November, then they usually move offshore. Spiny dogfish, this year particularly, we fished inside 3 miles probably 75% of our season. Now that moved from above there to below, the sand bridge. It varies. But the conch potting definitely and the shrimping would both directly be impacted greatly.
In time of year, and certain
In
what
time of year,
would
yes.
that be?
But even that in time of year, the conch species itself could be, very disrupted because they bury. That's a big conching area, and that's basically where they live, and it's digging into bottom there could really destroy their bedding and destroy the species themselves. And I think that's what should be really looked into, not just the inconvenience to the fishermen, which would, like I say, during the winter months would impact us greatly also. Thank you.
During their construction is what you mean?
Yes, yes. And down the road, you don't know what it's going to do to these species. When you disrupt the bottom like that, it changes everything.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions to the speaker? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I take it you're not in support, because that's what I asked for. All right. I'll repeat myself, make sure everybody can. Is anybody in support of this project that wishes to speak? All right, now we've cleared that. Is there anyone else in opposition that wishes to speak on this project? That being said, Matters before the commission. Mr. Erskine.
I just have a question. It's for staff, I suspect. Sorry. There's clearly going to be impact in the construction, and the fisheries would not be able to operate in that 3-mile area near shore. But what about after construction? Is it a prohibited area? Can they trawl through there? Is that going to be open and available to fisheries, or will it be prohibited in any way?
Yes, the area would be open to fisheries after construction. And just to give you a little bit of days here, the applicant is proposing that the total installation for all 9 cables in state waters would take about 81 days, so about 9 days per cable, including prep work and install, and would be laid at a rate of about 1 mile a day. So it would be moving target the whole time. It wouldn't be the whole area is off limits for that construction day. It's just portions of it. The only area that could be precluded from fishing are those areas at the transition points where the concrete mattresses might be used, and it would only happen if those concrete mattresses are used. So if they do go with the temporary cofferdams, that wouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
And with the burial depth of the cable, we don't expect any issues with like dredging or trawling operations.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Branson.
Yes, Tiffany, thank you. Inside of that 3 miles, there's already a number of underwater obstructions that limit trawling, like pipe outfalls, cables, there's wrecks. There's already a number of obstructions on the bottom that are marked on the chart.
Correct.
And understand the conditions. The project has to notify within 30 days the Coast Guard as well as your staff of where they've placed these obstructions underwater. And there's an effort to now relay that to the folks that are in the trawling fishery in Virginia, to let them know directly where these obstructions are to eliminate conflicts?
Yes, so that is a proposed condition if approved by staff. The applicant already has coordinated with NOAA and their respective divisions for charting. They've provided the GIS coordinates involved with proposed locations. We'll update them of the installed locations. The notice to mariners would come from the Coast Guard. They also might include a safety zone during construction, which would have a 30-day delay. So there would be plenty of notice. The applicant is also working with their fisheries liaison officer and marine affairs coordinator to notify the public through their means, as well as using social media.
Any more questions? Mr. Erskine.
This might be a fisheries question, I guess, but I wanted to know a little bit more about the shrimp trawl fishery and how long it has operated in there, what kind of volumes we're looking at, and stuff like that.
I do believe that is a fisheries question, so if I could defer to somebody.
Help us out here, Pat.
It does fish in the area, but almost exclusively south of there.
Okay.
It seems like they're avoiding that area already. So all their effort is, this is based on our observer data. We've been putting observers on their boats since 2017. So our observer data is indicating that the bulk of the fishery is occurring south of this area.
Okay.
So it doesn't, from what we can see from the observer data, it doesn't seem like it's going to have much impact.
Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you. Thank you. That being said, matters before the commission. Mr. Tankard.
I move to approve staff recommendation.
Got a motion to approve staff recommendations from Mr. Tankard, a second from Mr. Branson.
I have a question just before we vote. How much effort was given to approach the commercial fishing industry about this before today?
I would venture to say we advertise it like we normally do. I'll defer to Habitat, but it was advertised like we normally do.
Okay.
Mr. Branson, you have a comment?
Yeah, I would ask the representative from the Coastal Virginia Offshore Wind to talk about his fishery liaisons that he has. Captain, if you would, sir.
Please raise your hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Jerry Barnes, Senior Advisor for the project for offshore wind. Prior to that, 29 years U.S. Coast Guard, and did a year with Dominion as a Marine Affairs Manager.
So we've had an extensive outreach program now for at least 3 years. We have a fisheries communication plan and a fisheries liaison officer. We have been making routine public outreach to visit local fishing communities, the commercial fishermen on the docks. We have established personal relationships with as many fishermen as we can identify out there. So the gentleman, I would love to meet you and put you into the community so that we can have the appropriate communications. The point of the outreach and the communications is so that we learn what the potential impacts are and that we mitigate those impacts to the best of our ability. And if we can't mitigate them, then we actually can compensate for that. So Dominion Energy has a fisheries mitigation and monitoring program, which includes 3 commercial fishery resource characterization programs with the Virginia Institute of Marine Science. That is specifically looking at conch, black sea bass, and surf clam. So the black sea bass and the conch studies are going to be over a 24-month period. For that 24-month period, we'll be doing setting out strings of pots, leave them out in the water for 2 days, and then retrieving them, and then BIMS will do their analysis. And the point of that is to identify a baseline resource characterization prior to construction of the project. After the project is constructed, we'll follow the same process to determine if there's any negative impacts from the project on those 3 fisheries. When you look at the shrimping and the trawling industries, the cables are buried almost the entire length. If we do have cofferdam areas in the stateside waters, they will be charted as point caution areas on the nautical charts with a special note. So you'll be able to look on the chart and identify what is there and can avoid it. In regards to the spiny dogfish, we don't anticipate any long-term impacts on that fisheries. Are there any other questions or?
Any more questions?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for your input here today, and I appreciate you're trying to contact people at commercial fisheries especially. But as the gentleman stated earlier, he knew nothing about this, and my concern is this area seems to be very important for conch fishermen, spiny dog gillnet fishery, and shrimp trawlers, and I would certainly hope that you would continue or maybe make a special effort to be in touch with these fishermen specifically and get their input and maybe find out if this does affect them or not.
Yeah, will do, sir. We have about 12 conch fishermen that we are in frequent contact with, that we are deconflicting our current operations offshore. We communicate via text, via phone. We have a CVAL Mariners page on our the project's website. And then in addition, we have a Mariners updates that we put out frequently that specifically go to people that have signed up for the list. So it's a imperfect system. So obviously we haven't, identified all the fishermen, but the process is a living system, and we'll continue to build those relationships so that we can try to maximize coexistence during the construction process. If there's not coexistence and we actually have evidence that we displaced a fisherman for a portion of their season, then we are responsible for compensating that loss.
If you could today, the gentleman that spoke earlier that was against the project, maybe if you could speak to him and give him information to contact you, and even Mr. Headley, who has recused himself today on the board up here, maybe you could speak to him and give him also the information for contact.
It'd be my pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Any more questions? That being said, thank you. That being said, we had a motion from Mr. Tankert to accept staff recommendations, and we had a second from Mr. Bransom. Any further discussion, Mr. Erskine?
Yeah, I just I appreciate the extent of review that's gone on here, and I understand there's an environmental impact statement, and we've been involved as a board, a commission, and VMRC certainly has gone through many of the environmental impact statements for several different things, but I do feel it's premature to look at this permit request now based on the lack of a final environmental impact statement that we'd at least be able to review. So I'll be a no on this based on that.
Any further comment? Mr. Tankett.
I would note that our own Virginia Institute of Marine Sciences evaluated the proposal, and they believe the activities of the construction are going to be minimal and localized, very temporary.
Any more comments? That being said, we've got a motion and a second to approve staff recommendations. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Can you raise your hand, please? All right. Ms. Kellum, Mr. Branson, Mr. France, Mr. Tankert, Mr. Minor, aye. All those opposed?
No.
Mr. Erskine's a no. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item.
I'll go get Mr. Headley.
Yes. Oh, Officer, can you get Associate Member Headley from the conference room, please? Thank you.
This is VMRC 23-0287. The applicants are requesting authorization to construct 2 5-foot wide finger piers, 1 gangway, and an 18-foot by 33-foot open-sided boathouse roof with a lift, adjacent to an existing private pier serving 7671 Cypress Drive in the Chickahominy River in James City County. And the project is protested by an adjacent property owner. And given that it's protested from an adjacent property owner and in accordance with section 28.2, 1203A5 of the Code of Virginia, a commission subaqueous permit is required for the boathouse proposal. So the project again is located on the Chickahominy River in James City County. And the area of the county is residential, and there's several hundred piers, gazebos, and boathouses that have been constructed along the waterway. This is an aerial showing the applicant's house in red and the protestant's house in yellow, an existing pier for the applicant, existing pier for the protestant. This is a plan view showing the location of the existing pier here and L-head. They do have an existing lift here, and then the proposed boathouse and finger piers will be located behind the existing L-head. This is another drawing. So there's a profile view here, and a plan view showing the existing in white and the proposed in yellow. These are site photos. So this is the alignment of the existing pier, location of the proposed boathouse here. Some more site photos, so location of the proposed boathouse here, and looking back towards the applicant's home. So Mr. Walker Ware, the adjacent property owner to the west, submitted an objection to VMRC. He's concerned the existing pier and proposed boathouse will impact his riparian rights. And the applicant's existing pier is about 130 feet from the property line that's shared with the protestant, and the protestant does have an existing pier that's servicing their property. And staff summary recommendations. Section 28.2-1203A5 of the Code of Virginia provides statutory authorization for private non-commercial piers meeting certain design criteria. This includes open-sided boathouses measuring 700 square feet or less, designed to cover a single boat slip and are not objected to by an adjacent property owner. The proposed boathouse is 594 square feet, and additionally, the pier and the proposed boathouse are centrally located on the applicant's property. If the proposal had not been protested, staff would have determined the open-sided boathouse was statutorily authorized and administratively processed the application. So accordingly, after evaluating the merits of the project and against the concerns expressed by the protestant, and after considering all the factors contained in section 28.2-1205 of the Code of Virginia, staff recommends approval of the project as proposed. The applicant's agent is here, and the protestant is as well. I can answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you. Thank you. Is the applicant or an agent for the applicant here and wish to speak? Y'all speaking as a payer?
I'm the agent.
You're the agent? You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Carla Havens with Mid-Atlantic Resource Consulting.
One at a time, please. So,
Vladimir Rena, homeowner, 7671 Cypress Drive.
proceed, ma'am.
I believe Mr. Arana is the third person to own this property with the pier on it. The pier has been there 25 to 30 years. We had some difficulty trying to establish the precise date when it was constructed, but it's been there for quite some time. And as Lauren explained, what's proposed is landward of the end of the pier. So we're not proposing to go any further out into the waterway, but the boathouse would be constructed on the landward side of the L-head platform.
Any questions from the commission for the agent? Thank you. Do you have anything you would like to add, sir?
No, well, bought the property with existing dock. And all I want is to put a roof on the existing lifts to protect my boat, not to damage and spend money on upholstery, which is happening now. I had the boat there. I would have a roof by now if it wouldn't have it jet. So, yeah.
Well, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Thank you. Thank you. Is anyone in opposition to this project wish to speak? Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes,
Please state your name for the record.
I'm Walker Ware, the adjacent property owner.
Okay, proceed.
Folks, this pier started out as a 150-foot pier in 1993. 150 foot, including the L-shaped. And is it some way I can work this or not?
Let's see if, Randy, you got anybody who can,
I'm just try to get this thing so you all can see it.
You can just use the up and down arrows here to go back and forth.
Not that, I wanna get right to
This one?
the aerial, yes, that's good. The pier started out to be 150 foot total. Today, it's 210 feet. It has 4 mooring piles. During the course of this entire permitting application process back in 1993 is when it started, the adjacent property owner, which was me and is me, never got an APO. It's always been explained to me, and just recently explained to me via the MRC staff, that adjacent property owners' recognition is not required. That is not the truth. The truth is, once that pier crosses someone's riparian or property line, and there is a very distinct definition for that line, and I will read that into the record. But once it crosses that line, an APO is required. It's not, if you want to do it, it's a requirement. So those, I've asked VMRC staff, and I've asked Ms. Haven, Carla Haven, that was just speaking to you, to please provide the APO that was supposed to be provided with the initial 150-foot pier and dock permit. No one has come forward with that because I never signed one. I never got an opportunity to object before today. And I'm objecting. even if the pier were to remain or had it remained at 150 feet, if you can see, and I don't know if you can, and I don't know how to show it to you, except to give you a document that you all can maybe pass around.
Use this laser pointer.
All these documents I have given to the staff at the MRC.
Sir, you can use this laser pointer. What, the mouse?
Sir, let's proceed because you're running out of time here.
Have time limitations?
Yes, you're past it, but I'll give you a few more seconds.
Oh, my Lord.
The light's not working today, but I'll be the light for you. How about that?
The pier's 60-some feet past, it was encroaching in the very beginning. And this is the rule from the joint permit application that affects this. If the pier and/or mooring piles are to be located within 25 feet of the property line, which they are inland, so they're good there, or in such a position that they may fall within 25 feet of an extension of a property line. That's where they went bad, because my property line goes straight across, includes the entire dock, the 4 mooring piles, the boat lift, and probably about 20 or 30 feet of the pier has crossed on to my land. It says here the applicant must obtain a signed adjacent property owner acknowledgement form before proceeding with the work. This was never done, never in the first place.
Sir, are you going to provide that for the record? That document you have there?
Yes.
Bring it to me. Proceed up here. You can bring it to me.
You want me to bring it up?
Yes, come on up. And you gotta wrap this up. We got this, but I'm not gonna sit here and argue a permit from 93. We got this
I'm not
one
arguing
here in front of
permit
it. I
from
get
93.
it. You're here today. We've heard you. You're out of time. Is there any questions for the speaker?
If I had a question, I would question, which one of you have I authorized to authorize someone building something on my property? None of you. Nobody has authority.
Sir, hold on a second. We got a clarification. Go ahead.
So there's plenty of case law and law out there. A VMRC permit does not authorize a trespass. So if you think that that is trespassing, the proper venue to bring that to is a court of law. Just because it has a permit does not mean that you are completely without remedy if that is in fact trespassing. However, there's also plenty of case law that this commission does not have the authority to judge property boundaries or where they are or where they stop. So you have a remedy if that is in fact a trespass, but it is not here, and this permit, neither the 1993 one nor this one, forecloses remedy for a trespass, if that is what that is.
Until you are familiar with whether it's a trespass or not, you should withhold your agreement with this, because you are in effect authorizing someone to encroach and make an adverse effect. This is a title effect. You're affecting my title. Adversely affecting my title, none of you all, including
Council disagrees with you. Your venue is the court of law, not the commission meeting. So if you want to address this, that's going to be a different avenue. This is not the body that's for. We're here to vote on this. Thank you for your time. You're out of time. For the record, 3 minutes is all you have. Anybody else that speaks today, 3 minutes. You got 5. You're welcome. Matters before the commission. Commission operates on motions.
I make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
A motion to approve staff recommendations from Associate Member Headley.
Second.
Got a second from Mr. Erskine. Any further discussion? That being said, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Proceed.
Application 2021-2608, this is a request for after-the-fact approval for the modification and expansions of a boundary to a previously approved joint permit application within the Great Wycomico River in Northumberland County. The expansion will include up to 5.27 acres within the footprint of an oyster planting ground lease number 22845. Just for orientation, this is in the upper parts of the Great Wycomico River. This may be something that seems familiar to the commission. This is not the first time you've seen this in front of you. This is an application that was first received by the agency back in April of 2022. The original JPA was approved by staff and they were authorized to install floating bags at 2 locations, both south of the area you see on the map as well as on the west. Those 2 areas were approved by the commission for bags to be placed in those areas. It wasn't a while later till we got complaints from citizens in the area that there were bags placed outside the area. Upon further inspection, there were bags placed outside of the approved area. October 17th, 2022, the agency submitted a notice to comply to the applicant. The applicant appealed that notice to comply, believing that the application was legal and that those bags were in the proper place. And this is where the commission saw this case was October 25th, 2022. At that meeting, the commission voted to uphold that notice to comply, including all conditions, which would include all removal of bags outside of that area. At the commission, one of the requests of this body was for the applicant to put in an after-the-fact permit, and that would expand the area from the area that was approved to a larger footprint, which would include all the bags currently. The notice to comply that was upheld by the commission was also appealed by an attorney on behalf of the applicant. That is at circuit court right now. So what we have in front of us right now is a after-the-fact permit to be able to expand the area from the area you see on the map. This is the permit drawing from the application, from the smaller area to a larger area that includes those bags. So that is what is on the plate today. So this is an updated permit drawing. You can see on that west side at the mouth of Blackwells Creek, there's updated points to a larger area. This is the area that the applicant intended to apply for the first time, however, submitted permit drawings and applied for a smaller area. Staff went out to the area and surveyed it, so this is a good idea of what's going on right now. You can see we're not looking at that south side, that area 2. That's already been approved by the commission and staff, and they already have bags out there that are within the area. They're not within Baylor grounds, so that is not what this permit is for. This permit is for that western side. You can see that blue polygon on the inshore side. That is what is currently allowed in the permit. You can see all those yellow dots. Those are for that is what's currently out there. So you can see the ones that extend beyond that blue polygon. Those are the ones that we have issued as an agency a notice to comply to remove. And if you approve the application today for this larger area, then that notice to comply would no longer stand, as the bags are now in an area that is permitted by this commission. Part of this area is in condemned waters. That's normal for us to be able to allow permits in condemned areas. These are aquaculture cages. They are available for grow out and to be moved from those condemned areas before human consumption. So that is something that you'll hear come up. The original application, the reason it was approved by staff is because on our internal review, we look at larger things. We look at whether or not the application is on top of SAV. This one is not on top of SAB, whether it's blocking navigable channels. This is not navigable channels, whether it is in front of adjacent property owners. As you can see from the aerial map, there's no other docks and piers in this area. And we sent letters out to all adjacent property owners. In this case, there was only one adjacent property owner within 500 feet of this project. That was the Girl Scout camp. We received as staff no opposition to it. That's why the original permit was approved. With this after the fact permit, it was advertised again in local newspapers as well as our website. We received significant protest on the expansion of this area from the small footprint to the large footprint. We have about 70 protests. They can all be found in the book in front of you, printed. I tried to summarize them as far as what the concerns of the neighbors throughout the Great Wicomico are. Some of them include adverse impacts on safely navigating in and out of Blackwells Creek, hazardous materials in the water and the floats for safely recreation activities such as paddling, motorsports, and boats, obstructed water views, unsightly gear would have potentially decreased home values from that view shed. Unsatisfactory behavior of the applicant, placing gear outside the parameters of the current permit, and poor maintenance of the gear currently located in the area, that they are not being flipped and maintained as required by the permit. So although staff approved the original application, there was no protest. With 70 protests, staff thought it would be best to bring it in front of the commission to get feedback. So staff is requesting guidance from the commission to approve or deny this application based upon considerations of the objections raised by local residents and comments concerning support of the request and consideration of the public trust doctrine. So where that becomes a little bit subjective for staff is when the considerations for the commission is under 28.2.1205, which brings in things like other reasonable permissible uses of state water. So when we talk about view sheds, we talk about motorsport and paddling sports in the area with large protests. Staff finds it's best to get some guidance from the commission about the best use of that water. I have one other slide in here, just as a picture. It kind of gives you a good idea of what's going on. So this is looking at the Girl Scouts camp from the southern view. The area on the south side there, that was what we call Site 2. That is not what we're talking about today. Site 2 is properly permitted, and all those bags are properly placed inside. What we're looking at is the area on the left side of your screen or to the west. So that is the area. What you're looking out there, those floats occupy the entire applied area. Many of those floats, about half of them, are outside of the approved area. So what we're here today is to look at the application from the small area that's approved to a larger area that would be this footprint that you see right here. So just a good aerial view. And that's all I have without getting into the background of the notice to comply and everything like that. I'm happy to take questions, but there's plenty of people here to be able to hear both sides of this.
Mr. Tankard.
So this is somewhat unusual. I mean, most people seem to understand where their permit starts and stops. Is there something I'm missing here?
So the crux of this permit can be found right here. So they believe they were applying for a larger area, and they indicated they want a larger area of about 5.27 acres. However, the permit drawings they submitted and the ones that were publicly advertised, this is the map directly out of that permit. Those four corners and those 4 points you see, that's what was publicly advertised. That was what is approved by staff. That entire area is only about 1.8 acres. So yes, they incorrectly put the points they wanted to on the permit. However, that is what they applied for, and that is what was approved. That is why staff issued the notice to comply to remove all those bags, and that is why the applicant appealed that decision because they believe, based on their drawings and their application, that they are well within what their permit is, because that 5.27 acres is 860 feet by 267. So those descriptors on there show the entire area, but the area they applied for
I'm going to make
is
a comment
smaller.
on this one. I don't understand that, considering 12 months ago was my first commission meeting sitting right here, and we all heard the same thing and explicitly explained, the commission explicitly explained, you cannot go out of that footprint, you'd have to reapply. And yet here we are outside of the footprint. 12 months later, Lord knows how long they've been there. Mr. Branson?
If Mr. Francis finished. So if I understand this correctly, he requested he already has a oyster lease, bottom lease, if I could say, of 5.27 acres. He has.
It's larger than that, 5.27. It actually extends north towards into
But
Blackwell
all the area
Street.
he wants to put with this application, floating bags, he has the bottom lease.
Correct.
He requires a permit. He came to us in October, and we approved 1.8 acres because that's the legally defined boundaries of what he requested in his application. You know, he may have said he wanted 5.27 acres, but he legally defined in his application 1.8 acres, which is the small, if you can flip back to that small teal or blue colored polygon. That's what we approved. That's what he's currently approved, and the subject of his notice to comply, correct?
Mostly correct. So we approved the original application back in April of 2022. Upon finding out that there were bags outside of that approved areas, the staff issued a notice to comply, and that is what you heard in October, was the applicant appealed that notice to comply.
Notice to comply,
That
right.
this commission upheld that notice and also directed the applicant to put in an after the fact to that larger area, because if that larger area is approved, then there's no reason to remove the bags. And that is why we're here today, is to look at that larger area.
Mr. Branson?
Commissioner, the options that we have today is to approve his request, deny it, or do we also have the opportunity to revoke the original permit in its entirety?
That would be a question for council there.
I do not believe today there has been proper notice that that is on the table.
That could definitely be made in a motion to put on the next agenda for consideration.
Because I can see that there's some errors here in the applicant's original application with what he wanted versus what he requested defined. And we've discovered since then that we understand what he wants, but that's not what he asked for. And, you know, I get it, it's pretty muddied here. But, you know, I'd like to hear more from the applicant and the protestants on this, but, you know, that's my understanding. If I'm off base, Chief, steer me straight.
Yep. Okay. And that's exactly what staff is searching for today, is guidance from this commission, whether to approve the larger area, whether to deny the larger area, which would go back to the small area. And of course, the commission can make its own motion if they'd like to create a smaller area within that footprint.
Can you go back to the picture, please?
The aerial
Picture
view.
with the bags out. Now, that property there's the Girl Scout camp, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they didn't get the notification last time.
So
But
the
they got
original,
it from it.
they were sent a notification because of, it's such a large entity where those notifications go. It got caught up in the Girl Scouts' inner workings of where that notice should go.
So they didn't get it. They resent it to where we were supposed to, but they didn't get it. I
Correct.
get it. I understand we did ours. I don't need to hear about checking the box, but they didn't get it to protest this because I can't see the Girl Scouts doing much there. Any more questions? Hey, chill, because I don't need that. I don't need a fan club. I'll get you out of here quick. Any more questions?
I have a
Mr.
question,
Francis.
and it might be for council, but if we gave the order to comply last October with the area, how come something hasn't been done to comply in a year?
It's under appeal. I'll let Kelsey answer that.
Typically, when we get an appeal in court, especially, and this specific appeal seeks to overturn the notice to comply, says it was improperly issued, claims they didn't need a permit, and various other things. We tend to not force compliance, because if we do, and then the notice to comply is found to have been illegal, then we have potentially caused harm to this person who was apparently doing something legal. So until the circuit court finishes that case, we tend to put things on hold.
Understood, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Is the applicant or an agent for the applicant here and wish to speak? Mr. Buck, how you doing, sir? You're sworn in. If I know you're an attorney, you're good. But there's a lot of attorneys, I don't realize they're attorneys. So.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners, Ms. Block, would have asked to have Claudette LaJoy speak first. She is the agent for Little Wacomico Oyster, and she has a great deal of detail on the history, but having heard a number of you say that polygon, which in places actually runs ashore, is what Little Wacomico Oyster applied for. What happened was the application, which was submitted by Ms. LaJoy, her program, computer program, had a glitch in it. The actual joint application describes a rectangle. It describes its length and width. It describes the number of bags, and it gives the center point. And it's roughly, almost exactly in that diagram that staff flashed up about what is now being applied for. And the permit that was issued by this commission permitted that rectangle. It wasn't until a property owner complained that staff checked those GPS coordinates, and that is what generated that odd-looking polygram that runs ashore in the end opposite Blackwell's Creek. And so it was then that this dispute began. So Little Wacomico Oyster installed what they installed in good faith because they had a permit to do it, which was subsequently challenged by the commission because of these erroneous GPS points. So that polygon is not what Little Wacomico Oyster applied for, certainly not what they thought they were applying for, and this issue would never have come up if the proper GPS coordinates had been given. That is the matter that's on appeal, and Ms. Block and I are involved in that appeal. So with that preliminary, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. LaJoy, and then when she finishes, I'd like to speak further. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
And just to refresh the commission's memory, we've heard all this before. This was the same thing we heard the first time.
And I will go brief. Thank you to Adam for his project history. That's certainly, we have some slide information, so obviously thank you for all of the commission's time that they've devoted to this project so far. In the essence of time, I'll keep talking while he's working on it.
Please.
No, it's fine, it's fine. To get back to the mapping issue, I did stand in front of you, the commission, last time we've met, and I did accept the responsibility for the erroneous mapping error, and I will do that again, and I will continue to do that as need be. We had submitted 3 projects within the span of about a month to VMRC for 3 different sites. located in the county. 2 of those projects in the mapping review with VMR staff, they had caught the software issue. I could not see it in the program. When they plotted the points in their program, they could see it. And we did work with them immediately to rectify those maps. So those 2 projects, this was the 3rd in that alignment of the ones that we submitted within a 3-week time frame. And I can assure you, similar to those projects, we would have, if we knew that that was another project that got caught in that software issue, we would have worked with VMRC during the review process to correct it. We have had VMRC staff has been part of this project since the inception. One of the surveyors had gone out at the request of Little Wacomico, did find one of the stakes that they had put in was slightly off, and they were able to rectify that within about a 24-hour period. And the public notice did go out, as Adam spoke, the first time in the paper with no response from the, also a letter going to the Girl Scouts in which if they didn't receive it or it got locked up, that's beyond our control, but it was also advertised. We have continued, again, to work with VMRC staff throughout this project. Once the public complaints did come in, and VMRC staff did kind of bring the error to our attention, we, again, continued to work with them. So we were no delay in coordinating to rectify the issue. VMRC staff had requested the full length of the lines be reduced. Little Wacomico did comply with that. The second public notice did go out, so we, what's in the agenda for today was that 5.27 acres. So the site is actually a little bit smaller based on VMRC review, which was the 5.04 acres. The next few bullets just say where we are today. Obviously, the court case has been brought up. The notice to comply when we've been here last was brought up in your memory. So one of the things that was brought up in the protest letters, and I will admit, as of 10 o'clock last night, there might have been 7 that were added this morning that I have not seen. But of 63 that were posted as of 10 o'clock, I have gone through all of them. And one of the components was Little Wacomico is actually not a good partner within the community. And so I just wanted to hit a couple highlights. They are a family-owned company. They do have 30 or so full-time employees, plus some seasonal workers that do come in and support their operations. They do support other watermen for various industries, whether it's bartering, equipment, gear, most importantly, creating habitat for other species that do use the bags in this floating environment. The contamination area that has been brought up, again, for brevity, based on some of the newer data that was just collected in June by Daniel Power of the Virginia Department of Health, that the Great Wacomico at their sampling location near Blackwells, it has been improving. And so they will be taking more data, but do hope for an anticipation that official reclassification of an improvement to water quality will occur hopefully in April of 2024. So we're hoping that, with that additional data, that new line, that red triangle that you saw will actually get moved further up towards Blackwell, and they are having a positive impact on the water quality environment. Many in the community may not know, maybe Little Wacomico should sing their praises a little bit more, but they do support VIMS on a number of their projects that they host, whether it's studies on floating oyster bags, questions with gear. They currently even have projects that are at their railway location for studies on mortality, oyster shell growth, and things along the nature. Little Wacomico does have a proven track record of complying with Virginia Marine Resource Commission. They pay their encroachment fees on time. They are required to pay as they're required, so I'm not saying that they're doing anything out of turn, but they are supporting other VMRC programs by paying those fees in a timely manner. They do try and participate in all of the surveys that are requested of them, whether it's for product pricing, sales, market research that's going on in order to support the state of Virginia and the shellfish aquaculture industry. And I think, they do, and any of the officers here can certainly disagree that they do have cooperation with the Marine Police whenever there is an issue or a concern. They do try and maintain that very good working relationship with them. I should note.
You just wrap it up. You're kind of.
Okay. Photos at the bottom are ones that we took just on Sunday. I will include, just to show that, you know, we did go through all the protest letters. These photos were included, and part of that does importance of them, that, and we do appreciate people that are concerned about the site, that these, obviously a kayak can get through the lines. That's why they are the width they are. The lines are neat and orderly. They have buoys attached to them. You can see in the bottom left-hand picture, that is what is currently in place in Site 1 in relation to the expanse of the river. A kayaker, so that's looking from the mouth of Blackwell's Creek south into the site. Addressing their concerns, obviously coordination with the Girl Scouts has been important to us. It may not be evident, but we have kept VMRC staff included. We have been trying to contact them since December of 2022, various phone calls and emails. And it wasn't, again, thank you for making the introduction with the Girl Scout attorneys about 2 weeks ago, maybe 2.5 weeks ago, that we've been able to actually start conversations. They, I'm sure, will comment on the project as well, but we are certainly trying to understand what their site concerns are. Other than their letter in the protest, we haven't been able to work directly with them as we haven't gotten a response. Navigation concern, as you can see, you know, they're close to shore to stay out of the channel. It's quite an expansive component at this point. Kayaks, small boats can certainly get in and out of the float lines. They use about a 39-foot workboat.
Wrap it up has a meaning. Wrap
Right.
it up. You're going too long now, please. I'm gonna give you 30 more seconds.
All right. Little Comco thanks the state for their commitment to the aquaculture, including VMRC, to advancing programs. Again, the clerical error would have been rectified during the VMRC review, similar to the other projects that we had gone through staff review on. And we want to say that we are willing to coordinate with concerns whether citizens want more lights, less lights, different buoys, more buoys, to address any recreational concerns that they may have. We want to continue to coordinate with the Girl Scouts. Regardless of your decision today, that continuation will continue, as we would like to also see how we can affect any of their aquaculture programs.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Tankert?
I'm just, you know, on October 25th, the appeal of notice to comply, we directed you to comply with the terms of the easement, as we'll call it, but you didn't. Why not?
The attorney is going to have to answer that question. I do not know the process that falls into
Seems like a
place.
simple question.
Well, I
Why
think-
you need a permit if you just could put the cages there anyway?
Well, I think the process was my understanding that the cages stay in place until the response of the court date. But again, I'm not an attorney, nor am I legal counsel for the program.
Any more questions? Thank you. Mr. Bug, you get rebuttal too if you want to wait to the opposition to speak first.
May I speak in rebuttal as well, if appropriate?
Don't use all your time up.
Well, first of all, I sense very clearly some animosity because the belief is that these cages beyond the polygon were knowingly, deliberately placed outside the permit. And that simply isn't the case because the Little Wacomico believed that the permit, which had the shape of the rectangle and all of that, authorized what they did. And the ruling of this commission is what is on appeal, upholding that notice to comply. And so as Ms. Block said, while something is, you know, a matter like this is on appeal, no enforcement action is taken. And so actually that lawsuit, if this commission were to grant the request presented today, it would moot that lawsuit. When this matter was heard last year, Mr. Stagg for staff said that the request would have been handled probably administratively but for staff's experience with Mr. Cockrell of Little Wacomico Oyster on projects on the Little Wacomico, and not having anything to do with this one. I would hope that we could get beyond that today, because I'm trying to illustrate the fact that what's there now was put out there in good faith, believing that they had a right to do it. I too have read all of the objections that were of record yesterday, and they basically fall into, well, Ms. LaJoy's already listed most of those. So I'm going to move right to them. View. Every application nowadays for floating oyster culture gets objections to view. People don't want to look at it, and I understand that. But if that, and my experience with pound nets, whatever, through the years, is that view is right at the bottom of what this commission considers. It's not in the statute. And frankly, if view were determinative, every application for this type of aquaculture file from now on would be denied, and that would be the end of growth of the industry. Property value. Unless there's someone here that I'm not aware of, these protestants have absolutely no evidence to substantiate any claim of loss of property values. That same claim was made by a condominium on Milford Haven. Some of you may have been on the commission then. And they brought forth a real estate appraiser who said they're going to lose value. It turns out he had no basis for it whatsoever. That project was approved. Navigation of Blackwell's Creek. If you look at the photographs produced by Mr. Frostic, who I believe is here, is going to speak against this, there is ample room to get in and out of Blackwell's Creek. I've been up that creek. There are no big boats. There are no big deep draft boats up there. They're 25 feet and less. So as the photographs show, there's plenty of room. Navigation in general, this array is a small footprint on a big river. There is, sure, any of these arrays, you can't navigate over it, but to say that it obstructs navigation in general is just simply not reasonable. Little Wacomico has laid out a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars in support of the operations on the Great Wacomico. There are financial impacts beyond them, up and down the chain, that I hope you would consider. Of course, the Commission's website says that the Virginia Marine Resources Commission strongly encourages gardening and farming of oysters and clams. We ask that this commission honor that commitment today and approve this application for modification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the council? The commission? Thank you, Mr. Buck. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak in support? Come on up to the microphone, please. You got 3 minutes. Brevity is important. Proceed up. Can you remove your glasses when you're addressing the commission, please? State your name for the record again.
My name is Stuart Gall.
Go ahead.
I grew up on the Great Wacomico River. I'm not really an employee of Little Wacomico Oyster, but I do work with them from time to time. And I'm also very familiar with the river and where these are at. A lot of false statements in their complaints, and that's just what I'd like to touch real quick. The cages have been worked and they're maintained. I personally watched them be worked and maintained this spring over the course of about 2 months. They were moved, sorted, put in clean bags, put back over. The dirty bags were placed in a field to dry where they're cleaned. It is not a navigation issue. They're in shallow water. We take large boats, 25-foot boats, 30-foot boats that are 10 feet wide between the rows and work them. It's all about eyesore. They have a website, and it's eyesore. My livelihood, Mr. Cockrell's livelihood, these men back here that are crab potters, our livelihood cannot depend on somebody's opinion of an eyesore. And if it is, I'm not sure about the boundary lines, I'm not here to argue that. But my main concern, once again, is I don't want my livelihood, Mr. Cockrell's, or anyone else's livelihood should depend, and I'm asking this commission to think about this. This is what we do for a living. You might buy a home on the Great Wacomico. My parents owned a home on the Great Wacomico for 55 years. We saw crabbers, we saw fishermen. If they stop him from his oyster cages, who is to say they will not stop my gillnut flags next year? Or someone's crab potteries? There's nothing here that's saying he's doing anything wrong other than a boundary line. And once you get that situated, the complaints of this group of people here is merely their opinion on what is considered an eyesore. And thank you for your time.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. That being said, is there anyone else here wishes to speak in support? Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record, please.
Miles Cockrell, Little Wacomico.
Proceed.
It seems like everybody's kind of a little ticked off that the bags were removed. We came up here and met with Ben Stagg after the hearing of the appeal, and we set out a plan. We sat down with him and said, what can we do to try to fix it? One of the options, he said, well, where are you gonna put the bags, Miles? I said, well, we don't have any place to put them. We had the gear, we had the money, we planted it, we thought we had this, we didn't. He said, well, you can appeal it to court, that'll give you some time. Nobody here will get heartburn over you appealing to court. The other thing he said, you need to file an amended application. We've done both of those things. So please don't think that we're trying to do something that we consulted staff. We've been trying to work with staff to fix this. This is not something that we did and Dave consulted Ms. Block before we didn't remove the bags also. And she said in an email that I thought that she said it was all right, that there was no legal action to be taken while the court case was on. And that's how I took it. I didn't. We didn't know that y'all were gonna get upset about it. So that's what happened. So we certainly didn't want to do anything underhanded. That's not what we were trying to do.
Thank you. Is there any questions from Mr. Cockrell? Mr. Branson?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Cockrell, are the bags you have in that site we're talking about, not to the south, to the west, are they able to be sunk to the bottom?
No, sir.
But your application, if I recall correctly, in October, the photos and the description of the bags in your application were able to be sunk.
The bag that was, the picture that was taken off of a website was a plastic, had a plastic float on it. VIMS has some of those at that place now in Ophelia, and those have a cap on the end.
Yeah, I recall they had some kind of a venting system.
Ours do not, and they're foam. And Mr. Stagg was unaware of that when he made his statement on his last thing about sinking all the bags. These are not able to be sunk. And we talked about that afterwards also, but that was just something that was another mistake that nobody, just took a picture of the bag and looked at, yeah, that's it. But, the newer style ones had plastic caps on them. The older ones, which we have, are just foam rubber.
That information was submitted just as informational purposes for the application as a kind of a visual of the
Right,
dimensions.
because we
and
discussed
the
at
bag.
length the option of sinking them to the bottom, which you already have the lease to do that.
Yes, sir.
In that entire area that you want to cover. And I noticed from the photos that we showed, those bags don't have any vents or covers to remove the air and drop them to the bottom, and that's why I asked. That's the basis of my question.
Yes, sir. And most of this area, other than just close to shore, is mud, so it wouldn't work.
Understood.
Any more questions? I'll keep my comments for last. Thank you, Mr. Cockle.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else here to speak in support? All right. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Please. come
Mr.
to-
Commissioner, before opposition comes up, could I ask staff a question?
Yes, absolutely.
And that would be, when you had the picture of the polygons up there, you had the one small one which was approved, and then the larger one that was rectangular shaped.
Yes.
When the first application was made for this ground, what were the GPS coordinates? Were they for the,
The GPS coordinates were for that smaller area. The map that you saw on the screen, that is a permit drawing directly out of their application. So those latitudes and longitudes on those 4 points are taken directly from their application. So that's what is permitted, that smaller area.
thank you.
Yeah, and the commission operated in good faith that the information for the request of the permit was accurate. And they approved it according to the size that it was, not necessarily the accuracy of the waypoints from the GPS. Now, when we, after talking extensively with Chief Stagg about this before he retired, we often rely on the agents to provide us with accurate information, as we don't typically go behind them. They present that, staff presents that to us, and we look at the footprint and say, the commission then decides whether or not it's something appropriate. So the size of that was approved by this commission, not the size of the big one. That's what's kind of confusing. It was like, well, he meant to have the big one. Well, the commission never seen the big one when they voted on it. So,
Understood. Thank you.
The description on the placard from the original permit is the accurate description. The problem was just the map that was included. So the map was the error, the description was correct.
thank you. Is anybody in opposition that wish to speak? Please state your name for the record. Raise your right hand. Is any attorneys here for opposition? All right, you don't have to swear in, but everybody else will. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but true so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record. I'm going to keep y'all to 3 minutes.
Molly T. Fuller. I'm the CEO of Girl Scouts of the Commonwealth of Virginia. May I proceed?
Yes.
I'm speaking today to voice. Sorry, I got off script. We have a PowerPoint presentation. May we distribute it?
Yes, please.
I'm here today to voice our council's opposition to the application completed by, to today's application. We are strongly opposed to the application to modify the existing permits, and we are opposed to the location of sites 1 and 2, and would present that both existing sites result in unforeseen consequences, namely a negative impact on girls' safety. I would like to speak that, to my knowledge, the Girl Scouts did not receive the original notice. Had it come across my desk, I would have opposed it as strongly as I will today. So just to give you some background, Girl Scouts, our mission is to build girls of courage, confidence, and character who make the world a better place. We are developing tomorrow's leaders today, and we are developing the future workforce. We are developing your future workforce. One of the ways in which we develop leadership for girls is outdoor programming. Outdoor programming allows a girl to develop independence and self-reliance, and one of the ways that we do that is high adventure environmental stewardship, including kayaking and canoeing. I am pleased to say that we currently have girls who are actively participating in kayaking and canoeing at Camp Kitty. I want to speak to this slide. I'm going to move fast for y'all. The right side of this slide, this is impacting the exit from our cove where girls go into the river. So with the oyster lines there, it is impacting the ability of girls to have access to the river. Site 1 is the exact path that a girl would follow when she's on a canoe or a kayak. When we teach girls watercraft skills, we ask them to stay close to the shoreline. This represents our shoreline, and you can see that it would be very hard to stay close to the shoreline. We would present that both sites create challenges.
Hey, ma'am, can you just stick to this permit? We're only discussing
Yes.
the western side, please.
Yes. So again, I will reiterate that Site 1 is impeding a girl's ability to stay close to the shoreline, which we request for safety issues. As a girl progresses in her watercraft skills, she might be able to go further out, but this is where we want them to stay, and you can see that it would impede the ability to do that. The oyster lines are creating a risk management issue and a direct safety issue for girls. The expansion of the permit would only aggravate the issue. We cannot, in good conscience, have girls navigate the oyster lines. It's not safe for girls, period. And it creates significant risk factors, a girl getting caught up, not being able to get herself out of the lines. It creates too great of a risk for us, and it doesn't allow the level of programming that girls are requesting. It creates conditions that significantly and irreparably harm girls. There are better places to farm oysters that don't have the same direct impact on a girl's safety. Please help the Girl Scouts deliver on our promise to girls. Put girls and their safety first by not modifying the permit, and to consider the unforeseen consequences of the current permit locations. We're asking the Commission to refuse the request to modify the permit and to consider supporting the relocation of both sites. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there any questions? Mr. Tankard?
A couple questions. First, how did y'all not get a notice about this? How did you not hear about it? I mean, the photographs show that you've been precluded from your use of the water around you, and I suspect that's why you're there.
So, the Girl Scouts is a larger organization with several sites. I am not able to, to my acknowledgement, to my understanding, we did not receive the written notice and did not know that this was occurring until it was brought to our attention. We do programming at Camp Kitty year-round, but it favors the spring and the summer, so the timing also would have been a little off to have seen the oyster lines when they were first set up.
And then my follow-up question, so how much of your camp is devoted to being on the water?
It is a premier programmatic niche for that property is watercraft programming, and we intend to expand that programming. We are currently doing it and do it in a more modest way now because of the oyster lines, but we want to expand it and we want to make it a specialty camp for watercraft. So it will be a large component of our programming.
Mr. Tankard?
And the follow-up, these pictures that you have and what you've given us, I mean, they depict a pretty rough-looking, unsafe-looking setup here. Were these just taken on one particular day, or are you just picking out days when things look rougher than normal?
These pictures were shared with us. I believe they were taken, it would be 2 days ago. I want to draw your attention to this. This is why it is unsafe for girls. A girl cannot navigate that. And she cannot stay close to the shoreline when the lines extend 75-plus feet from our shoreline.
Thank you.
Mr. France?
Yes, ma'am. How much of your shore is impacted by these cages? What percentage would you say of your shoreline?
We have 500 feet of shoreline. This represents probably 200, 250 feet of that shoreline, so half.
Commissioner? Mr. Branson?
Yes, ma'am. If you go back to that other photo, where is it that the Girl Scouts launch and retrieve their kayaks, canoes, or their other watercraft? Is it in this photo anywhere?
Yes, this is a site map of our camp. You'll see the cove is, excuse me, I can use this. The cove is right here. This is the launching place for kayaks, canoes, sailboats, and that would be the river. This is a shot of the launching area and where the trees are where the oyster lines start. And
Is
to put
this, is that cove you just showed, is it to the east of the main body of your camp? Because we have oyster aquaculture to the south in that cove. That's not what we're talking about today. And then there's to the west where Blackwell Creek is. Is that where you launch and recover your kayaks and canoes and watercraft, or is it some other location?
So kayaks and canoes are being launched off of this cove. If we go to this map, or even that map. If you go to this map, it's easier. So girl's leaving the cove and she's going directly to Site 1, where all the lines are. So girls naturally follow the shoreline to the right, which is where Site 1 is. So if I could, sorry if you need to see that again. So Site 1, all of this is directly where girls would go. The cove is right here, and you'll note that the oyster lines are blocking half of the cove entrance.
You should be able, you see that pointer there, you can kind
Oh,
of.
thank you so much. Okay, so the cove is right beyond here. You can see that the oyster lines are covering or blocking at least half of the cove, the entrance to the river. This is Site 1, so the girls are taking kayaks, sailboats, canoes. Normally, before this occurred, along the shoreline here, and they turn right here. And we're focused on our watercraft programming right there where the oyster lines are.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask one question of the witness, Mr. Commissioner?
I'm not sure you have a right to cross-examine Mr. Bug. I know that that's for official hearing requesting an appeal. So I think it's up to the commission if you want to allow that. What I will say is it might have to come back if Mr. Bug chooses to appeal it back to the commission because he wants a right to cross-examine.
Ask the question. You got a few seconds. You're cutting into your rebuttal time.
I think you said the distance, on Site 1, the distance between shore and the inboard end of those lines is 75 feet?
The lines that you currently see are about 75 feet. They have been longer.
Okay. So how much distance between the shore and the inboard end of those lines do you feel that the Girl Scouts would need to be able to safely use their canoes and so forth through there?
The full area to give the largest opportunity for success for a girl as she learns watercraft skills.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Will Prince. I'm with Thompson McMullen in Richmond. I represent the Girl Scouts. I don't want to repeat what Ms. Fuller has just articulated to you. I just would like to highlight a few points that I'd ask you to consider. The notice issue. The Girl Scouts, to their knowledge, did not receive the first notice of the initial application. If they had, then they would have done everything they could to prevent this from happening. They are in the position now that any adjacent property owner does not want to be in. And that is that they have had these oyster floating bags appear off their shoreline and preclude their reasonable use of the river. And they didn't have a chance to come here and articulate their protests and objections to you. We've seen the letter that is on the commission's website. All I can tell you is, to their knowledge, they didn't receive it. She has described the adverse impact better than I ever could on the girls and their safety. I cannot imagine any parent would want their child, their daughter, kayaking or canoeing or learning to sail around that. We are opposed, the Girl Scouts are opposed to the modification and expansion of Site 1. The only other thing I will add is that we've heard some comments about the objections being related to the sightliness of this. But I want to emphasize to the commission, as best I can, that the Girl Scouts objection is primarily based on girls' safety. And, you know, when we get into what is the best use of this area, what is the best use of the water, I cannot imagine a better use than the Girl Scouts using their camp for its intended purpose. They've been there for 50 years. It's a Girl Scouts camp. They do outdoor activities. It's right on the water. Water programming is a critical part of the camp, and they can't do it anymore. So unless the commission has any questions for me.
Any questions from the commission? Thank you, Commissioner. I hope I'm recalling this correctly, but I'd like if staff can chime in here. Counselor, I thought in October when we initially discussed this notice to comply, that there was notification to the caretaker of the Girl Scout camp, and it may not have been relayed up the channel. Is that correct, or is that not correct, or?
That precedes my involvement, and I'll be honest, to my knowledge, I am not aware of any conversations with the caretaker of the camp. I think as Ms. Fuller mentioned, the camp is primarily used in spring and summer, I believe, for obvious reasons. You know, this is just one of those things where the oyster bag showed up and boom. Had they gotten the first notice, they would have been here and they would have been before you articulating as hard as they could why these bags were not a good idea and their opposition. And they're doing what they can today. They did receive the second notice, and here we are. So we'd ask the commission to deny the modification.
Perhaps staff can clarify if they can.
So routinely, staff uses addresses provided on tax records. The tax record for the Girl Scout camp does go to Richmond. It was sent to Richmond. It was received in Richmond, passed there on how it moves through such a large organization. I can't speak to that. I'm sure it has to do with interoffice mail as well as seasonality. But yes, it was sent to the Girl Scout camp and received.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
Mr. Taggart.
When you say they with regard to the Girl Scout camp, how many young ladies go through this camp on an annual basis?
That would probably be a better question for Ms. Fuller.
We currently serve over 7,000 girls at this camp. Last year, we had over 200 girls attend. That is a pretty average number in terms of girls who would attend a resident camp program.
Mr. Taggart.
Excuse me, 7,000, is that in the lifespan of the camp, or is it 200 per year, is that what you're saying?
Our Girl Scout membership, our total membership is 7,000 girls. In any given year, you probably see between 5% and 10% attend a resident camp program. We do have another camp. We have 200 girls who would have attended this camp, and then another 600 girls that attend a second camp.
Thank you.
It is a growing program.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition? I'm gonna have to keep y'all on a tight time on that. Can you raise your right hand?
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner, Deputy Commissioners. My name is Randy Frostick. I am an attorney, but I'm speaking on my own behalf, so.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, sir.
Or
So, like the Girl Scouts, had notice been mailed directly to a property owner within 500 feet of the location that LWO wants right now, you would have seen all these people here. There was no notice mailed directly to any of the property owners in Rivers Bend Association, which is where I live, and that's why I'm speaking on my personal behalf at this point. So, But I just want to be clear about that. We would have been there. We would have been there. The reason, and Mr. Stagg said it in the violation notice hearing in October, the reason no specific mail notice was sent to anybody is because that location mark was more than 500 feet from any of our residents. Had it been within what they want now, there would have been notice sent. So the purpose of this picture is not to argue, and no one is arguing here, that these floats prohibit all navigation into Blackwells Creek. That's not the issue. I mean, obviously, boats can get in and out of Blackwells Creek. But to follow up on Ms. Fuller, the first point I want to make with these articles is my wife and I have kayaked and sailed this creek for the last 7 years. And when we typically will come down, is there a way to get the red dot? Control L. All right. In the past, when we would come down, we would come right along this coast here, and we would go out across to the Girl Scouts camp and into their very beautiful little cove. We can't do that anymore because what we have now is the existing floats. We also have lines coming from the existing floats, and then the yellow lines, I can't zoom in, I don't think, to this picture, but there are yellow floats that are perpendicular to those stakes that go up the creek. So you just can't do that anymore. You have to go out into the channel when you're kayaking or when you're doing a small sailboat, or any boat for that matter. So it does interfere with that. It's not just the Girl Scouts, it's also the residents of this community. There's about 80 property owners here. I would say, truthfully, that at least 20 regularly use it on an annual basis for all manner of boating, canoeing, kayaking, paddleboarding, etc. So the problem now is if you want to get out around to the shoreline, you have to come out into the channel where there's all the larger boats, including the boats towing water skiers, tubers, jet skis, etc. No longer can you go along the coastline as a kayak or paddleboard. So how do I do the next picture? Right here. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, now the point of this picture, again, is not to show that you can't navigate up Blackwells Creek, but I want to demonstrate something to the commission here. If you look at these poles that exist there, they've been there ever since we moved into this property, and they mark shoaling. During low tide, it is no more than about 2 feet there. So obviously, a kayak can get there, but now, if this permit is expanded and the floats come out to this area, you're going to have a situation where boats have to come up through here, avoid the crab pots who are now having to move their pots further out into the channel. And we have no objection to crab pots or crab steaks or anything else as the gentleman suggested over here. That's not a problem. The problem is now they've had to, because of these floats, move their crab pots further out into the channel. As you're coming up the channel now, you then have to take, as you're coming into the creek, you have to take a hard right and then a hard left, and that area there is essentially the only area where you can come into our channel if you draw more than 2 feet in low tide. It can be done. It can be done. I have a 37-foot sailboat. It does not respond very well to these types of tight turns. Other of my neighbors over the years have had 40 and 50-foot power boats at this marina that our community has. They're not going to respond well to that turn during the day. At night, they're going to have a hard time seeing it because these bags are black. You have to come up, do an S-turn. If it's dark or you have a storm, you're going to have great difficulty knowing where to go. It used to be in the past, before these were here, you could come around the point and just come straight up into the river. You could hug the shoreline and know where you were getting into the creek. You can't do that anymore. That becomes a hazard to navigation, particularly, because everybody else has to funnel into this location. So does it prohibit all navigation? No. Does it make it substantially more difficult and potentially hazardous, particularly in low visibility conditions? Yes. One last point I want to make. During the October violation notice hearing, Mr. Stagg said that he would not, he did not like the idea of expanding this permit into the polluted area. And the polluted area, as you can see, is at least half of the current permit issue. Now, will that change in the future? It might. I also spoke to Mr. Powell earlier last week. He did say they had taken another test. It looked encouraging, but he didn't know. He said he wasn't going to know for months and months and months. I can tell you this, for the last 8 years, that creek has been polluted. Those signs have been there forever. And the problem, as we know, is that You can,
You said one last point.
I'm sorry, sir. You have to.
I know you're an attorney and you like to talk, and time is not of the essence, but it is for us up here.
Yes, sir.
So you got 30 seconds.
All right, you have to comply strictly with relay permits. Little Wacomico Oyster Company has a hard time even complying with notice signs that have to be installed correctly so that people can read them. That's the notice sign at this place. Public trust doctrine does not support their request. We ask that you deny the request to expand. Thank you.
Is there any questions for the speaker from the commission? Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in opposition? Listen, guys, I'm going to hold you to a tight time. I know that light's not working. I'm being a little bit forgiving today. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name in the microphone for the record.
Bernie Weist. Get the little red light on, and how do I change slides?
You get 3 minutes, is go, so if you have something to speak.
Okay, I want to oppose this permit. First of all, LWC has a history of not following requirements of the VMRC and other locations in this site. Attorney Bug admitted in a letter to Honorable Jamie Green that staff and perhaps the commission itself are unhappy with Mr. Cockrell's past activities on the Little Wacomico River. Next are some examples of Little Wacomico improper activities regarding the current site on Blackwells Creek and the Great Wacomico. In a mailing from Mr. Stagg, he required that the permittee has been informed, excuse me, that a new public interest review will be required to include a new newspaper notice and notification of property owners within the creek, even though such a request may be beyond the normal radius of 500 feet from the permit request. I want to note the only residents in the creek that were notified of this new application were the Weiss, the Girl Scout property, another oyster bed holder, Oysters and Crabs by Mao, all three of those opposed, and B&L Farms, who supplied the lease. This is a map received from Mr. Stagg. The green area represents the compliance area. We saw this map already. The red represents the roped off area bags. The blue is the leased area. And I want to point out right here, they put a stake that they recommend these bags do not go past and kind of the navigation. The first photo here is taken in February. You can see that white stake circled. In February, they stayed in compliance. They didn't move any bags past that stake. This photo I took this month, this is the same stake, and they continued to go out of compliance, ignoring the VMRC and the commission and place bags up the river. Some of the bags may have been moved in Baylor encroachment area, but not the line. That's a different issue. And the Baylor area is expressly excluded from the permit. Any portion of the waters within the boundaries of the Baylor survey, to my knowledge, there are still lines and acres in that survey. No follow-through. Each bag will remain in place for 30 days. Floating bags will be maintained once per week, including flipping the bags. The oyster bags have remained in place, from what I've seen, for not just 30 days, but months on end. No maintenance is being performed on the bags. There were some at the very beginning. This is what the bags look like today. They're full of algae, full of sludge. You got 600 oysters in each bag defecating. You can't even leave the bag that full of algae growth. So there's absolutely no maintenance being done. In summary, this is a company with a problematic past that is still operating in a problematic manner. Equipment still outside the lease area, including lines and anchors in the Baylor encroachment. New bags recently placed outside of the compliance area. Bags not being flipped and maintained weekly as submitted with the original application. Oysters remain in place for months and months on end, not 30 days. Proper notification is not given as directed by Mr. Stagg to the other property owners. I would ask the commission to deny this application for expansion and to have the bags completely removed, which they have the authority to do. This permit may be revoked at any time by the commission upon the failure of the permittee to comply with any of the terms and conditions. We do not trust this company. We do not want them on the shared waterways. We plead to the commission to not let the Little Wacomico problems become the Great Wacomico problems. Attorney Bugg said it best, staff and perhaps the commission itself are unhappy with Mr. Cockrell's past activities on the Little Wacomico River. And I would tell you, we the people sitting here today are unhappy with Mr. Cockrell's current activities on the Great Wacomico River at Blackwells Creek. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Colonel, could you line up who wants to speak? And the next one, the next person in opposition, please come to the microphone.
Is there anybody that wants to speak in opposition to anybody else? Like, if those that do, just grab get in line in the aisle, just kind of like form orderly line there. You all get a chance to speak.
Now, for the essence of time here, try to not be so repetitive. I know it's hard. I know it's a sensitive issue, but do the best you can. You don't have to use your full 3 minutes, okay? Please, just kind of hit the points. Proceed to the microphone, please. Ma'am, yep. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell?
It's the big one with that.
What's your name?
Carrie Mullins.
Raise your right hand, ma'am.
Oh, sorry.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
State your name for the record in the microphone.
Carrie Mullins.
Proceed.
Yeah. Any of them? Yeah, well, that one's good. Okay. So, these 3 pictures were taken on Sunday. My son took them with his drone. And I'm here because I oppose any expansion, for sure. I didn't even know these were here a year ago, and we have a boat, jet skis. I have 2 sons, and they all use the jet skis as well. And my husband and I were coming home one evening around 6:30, and so this photo was taken at, I believe, around 5. Most of that, when we came through, it was the end of summer, was shaded, so we didn't see anything. And normally, and this is not, I don't know, somebody said it was a huge river. This is the widest part of the river, but you can stand on the other side and see the pods. It's not that big. And it's heavily trafficked, and it's got other oyster pods in the area. And it is, so we did not see, coming around on a jet ski, we could not see the corner. I don't know where the little red dot is. Right here. No, you can't see it. How do I do the red dot? Sorry. Okay, Control L. Coming around right here, we could not see this part because I think this was glared. And then I didn't see these at all, most of these at all. And we didn't know they were there. There was no sign. There was nothing. There were stakes, but there was just nothing to tell us that they were there. And this is a big area. It's heavily trafficked, and when you're on a small craft or a jet ski or whatever, you kind of tend to stay over on this area because the wakes from the bigger boats will push you. So had there have been a bigger boat, we could have easily been pushed over into here. So I can't even imagine it being expanded, but the fact that they're there in the first place, I mean, there's so many places they could go. We have so much waterways. We have a whole Chesapeake Bay. There's just so many other places you can put them, but this is not the area. This is really heavily trafficked area. And I am
And if you could wrap it up, please.
completely opposed to this. That's all I have to say.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am. Next, please. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record.
Christine Williams. I have a house on Blackwells Creek with a dock. I've lived there for 16 years, and I believe it was Mr. Cockrell who said that there were no big boats up in this creek. Well, I've personally had a 40-foot trawler up in there within the last 2 years. I've recently sold it. You don't see my 26-foot sport fishing boat, which would normally be on a lift, but I have lots of kayaks, and I had a small sailboat that I used to like to tack out of that creek, which could not be done now. The pictures that don't really show what the view is like when you're on the water. It's very restricted, and if you're trying to maneuver a small boat like a small catamaran, it poses lots of problems. This Site 1 completely blocks what used to be our channel going out into the Great Wacomico. And we would have been here if we had known that this permit had been applied for in the first place. I ask you please to deny the request to enlarge it, and I would really I would appreciate your considering revoking the original permit. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you, ma'am. Raise your right hand, ma'am. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Janelle Weist, and we live right on the point. We see the Great Wacomico and the little, the creek. And our dock is right on the creek. I want to make a statement regarding those people who believe that we shouldn't be concerned about our property value. No, I can't tell you what this will mean to the property value, but as you see these lines, and if you saw those bags up close and personal as we do, anyone that has come to visit our home has said the same thing. What are those ugly things on your waterway? Okay, should we decide to ever sell our home, the last thing we need is a bigger footprint of this situation. It does make a real concern for us. When they applied for this permit, it says the proposed floating bags will float on the water surface and have a streamlined profile, okay, and be of low, what was it? I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. Be streamlined and low profile, okay, so that you can't really see it from wherever you are, okay. Well, we see this every day, and those bags are black, okay, and they're long, and they do get in the way of anyone. And we're not against crabbers, fishermen, anyone using the water. We're against these artificial bags on the surface of our water. If they were oystering on the ground, we have no concerns with that. Actually, we enjoy watching the boats for those people that are oystering on the bottom. Okay, come and lift those oysters out of the water. We have no issue with any of that. We do have an issue with these artificial bags, okay, being on top of the water and prohibiting other people from using it. And that's why we're against this expansion.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is John Mullenholz. I am a property owner on the Great Wacomico, approximately a half a mile below the Girl Scout camp. I'm inside of it. I can see, I would not pretend that I can see those bags from my place, but I've been up there, and they're a disaster as far as use of the river and the site. Now, the lawyer for the applicant here has made a big deal of the fact that you were objecting to what we can see. Well, most of us moved there because of what we can see. Many of us spent millions of dollars so that we could see exactly what has now been disturbed. I would like to make one point that I think is essential to everything that you've been hearing this morning. That has to do with notice. According to the staff, who has been very, very helpful and cooperative, The Echo is a little newspaper of some sort that I've never seen, let alone read, where the notices are published. The Rappahannock Record, on the other hand, goes out to maybe 10, 20 times as many readers, and yet it never appears in there. We would all know about it. I knew nothing about this. I've lived here for over a quarter of a century. And while the lawyer for the applicant has made little or belittled those who are move here, we have every right, as much right, to object to this and to be affected by it as people who were born and raised here. And there are many people who were born and raised on the Northern Neck and on the Great Wicomico who are adamantly opposed to what's going on. When we first got involved in this, I thought that there was an opportunity to object to the bags themselves. I understand now what the parameters are, and the commission has commission, you're the commission. The staff has very kindly explained that there isn't anything we can do about that. Nonetheless, I think that the commission needs to be aware of the great antipathy of the people on the river against this way of farming for oysters. They surround my property, the oyster and the oystermen, and I can't imagine what I would do if I woke up one morning and found those bags out along my property, and I think there's every potential for that to happen unless the commission changes its approach. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the
My
record.
name is Edgar E. Chip Rohr, and I have lived across the river, directly across the river from the southwestern point of the Girl Scout camp for 26 years. I've watched those kids over there for 26 years, canoeing, kayaking, and particularly in the little sailboats that they frequently use and enjoy in the waterfront and so forth. In fact, my younger daughter attended that camp about 35 years ago, before I even ever got to the Great Wicomico, and very much enjoyed herself there. It is a highly used area. The area where those oyster bags are now is a great fishing area that I and my friends and all the good old boys on the Great Wicomico have always fished, and we're now denied the ability to get in there and fish. Mr. Tankard, I believe it was, used the word earlier, the words about being precluded from the use of the water, and the general public is precluded from using the water there for most uses that people would want to use that water for. Fishing, the commercial crabbers can't get in close to the shore where the crabs are in the warmer waters. It's a problem for the general public that wants to use that water. And to expand it expands the problem for the general public, who I believe is who actually owns the water. I also know from friends that there's similar problems down in Poquoson, for what that's worth, which is not our topic today. My big question, and I've gone across, discussed this with Mr. Kenyon at length, is about the advertising in the newspapers. And of course, I do subscribe to the Northumberland Echo. Even though I live in Manassas, I've had this place for 26 years. I subscribe to that, and I subscribe to the Rappahannock Record. It usually takes me about 3 minutes to read the Northumberland Echo, and I read it because every once in a while I'll find something in there I needed to know. Occasionally. I find lots of things I need to know in the Rappahannock Record. I never saw the first permit advertisement for this project. I did not see this permit advertisement in the Echo, even though I do subscribe to it and read it. I think the problem is, and you've heard so many people say, if I'd have known about this, I'd have been here before. People don't know about it because they don't know when they read the advertisement.
Time's up. Time's up. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
They don't know that there's floating bags being advertised.
Thank you for your time. Listen, everyone, try to tell me something I haven't heard. This is not an argument for advertisement. We're talking about the permit that's up before the commission for, is Area 1, or Site 1. And that is what the topic of discussion is. Stay on topic. We're not here arguing the advertisement stuff. We're here to vote on this permit.
Okay. Why don't I do this? Mr. Kenyon does not have my PowerPoint. I'm Stacy Kitchen.
Just raise your hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Proceed.
May I bring this up so
Absolutely.
y'all can share? I didn't do it with so many, but I'm going to address the maintenance of the existing bags that are out there. I first want to state that my family and I are opposed to this application to modify the existing footprint of these bags. And the reason being is the maintenance that we see right now. You've seen in Mr. Weiss's PowerPoints, you will see in, I guess, my brother might be doing one, Rob Hinton. These bags are not being maintained. In page 5 from a letter that Solstice Environmental LLC sent to Ben Stagg dated December 21st. The applicant states in there that floating bags will be maintained once per week, including flipping of bags. Mr. Goff has said he went in the spring, they changed out bags, they did this. I didn't hear anything about these bags being maintained. So in my view is, if you approve this application to add more bags to the situation, you're gonna have the same problem. If he can't maintain the bags that he's got right now, there shouldn't be any more bags. Any questions?
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you for your.
Yes, I do have one
Thank you.
question. So when you say not maintained, what does that mean to you, and what does that look like?
To me, the pictures that you saw of the algae growth, that is due to the oysters' waste. And the algae is feeding on the oysters' waste. And that develops, I've got some terms and things like that. It's due to the overgrowth of this waste products from the oysters. If this happens too long, it depletes the nutrients from the water in one place. It adds too much, so the oxygen levels deplete as well. And that could end up in disease, it could end up into all kinds of different things, and not only affect the oysters that are there in those cages, but could be on the ground below in other places. So it could feed throughout the Great Wicomico and into the bay over time. We're looking at generations to come. I want my grandchildren to play in oyster and crab on this river. I love this river. I've lived here all my life. I'm not a come here. I'm not a move here. I'm not anything. I've been here. And what I see, and this is directly across from my home, is poor management of what he's got.
Any more questions for the speaker? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I get to one slide in particular. Or how do I get from slide to slide? Just, how's it?
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
State your name for the
Robert
record.
Hinton. I'm a property owner right across the creek from this floating trash bag site. And yes, I will admit that when I first saw this, it was an eyesore. I'm sure Mr. Bug wouldn't like to see this down Carter's Beach. He would consider it an eyesore as well. But after seeing this eyesore, I noticed that the mooring poles way out in the center of the creek were way out in the middle of the creek, right? So navigation became my second concern. Now, on my side of the creek, the applicant has driven a bunch of new oyster stakes, bamboo stakes, to define his area on my side of the creek. So he has gone way out from the shore on my side of the creek. And when you take that into consideration and what he has brought from the Girl Scout side of the creek, you take that and you take the crabbers, which everybody loves a crabber. I've never ever in my life heard a complaint about a crab pot buoy or gill net or a pound net as far as that's concerned. But when you push those crabbers out beyond these and you put the poles on the other side, that whole channel, that 1,000-foot channel is now a couple hundred feet. And you take your kids out there and go back and forth tubing, it is a big, big hazard. So I started out as hey, this is an eyesore. This became a navigation hazard. And then we got to another hazard. I know you've seen this, and I don't want to be too redundant. I'll speak on this one picture. May I approach? I have some information. This basically.
Sir, please wait to make comments till you're back at the microphone, just so we make sure.
I want you to hear me as well. So that literature that you're getting is some remarks from my cousin, Charles David Rice. He is a PhD from VIMS back in 1989. He is a current tenured professor at the College of Clemson in biology. And he is concerned about this. And to be honest, I'm not here to really complain about the bags and the view and stuff. My approach is the whole oyster industry as a whole, because I know this is about money, and I know a lot of these oyster people out there, and we want them to be successful, and this is putting a bad light on that. This right here, this poor maintenance, this company whose apparently eyes are bigger than their belly, they got all this stuff on the Little Wacomico, they're here, they can't maintain it all. People, navigation, I see, people are running aground on these things in Little River. I fully expect to see a disaster outside of my window soon. I hate to see that. But what I think the bigger picture here is, to be honest with you, umbrage is a word that Mr. Bugg used, and yes, umbrage means pissed off. Everybody's pissed off. Everybody's had enough of this. And I agree, there is a tremendous amount of umbrage. And I think there's a tremendous amount of umbrage on the way after this gets out.
Your time is up. Any questions for the speaker?
May I have one more second, please? I'm the last one.
1 second.
There is an optics problem. The optics is, this is bad. This is bad for everybody. This is bad for the whole economy of the oyster business. This is going to be extremely bad for the applicant's business. Don't want to see him go broke. This is bad. This is bad for VMRC if you allow this to happen. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you.
Thank you.
You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
I'm Jay Atkinson. I have been a temporary or weekend resident on the Wacomico since I was a little boy, and recently bought a place on the Wacomico River. My experience over the years with permits through this body for docks and other things, you have to give a very specific drawing, you have to give very specific details, and if you put something else in besides what you have asked to be permitted, you have to remove it. They are way out of compliance. It is a navigational issue, not for power boats, but for sailboats, kayaks, small boats, because to the last gentleman's point, where these are, there is a fairly narrow channel for larger boats because of the depth of the water on the other side as well as that side. So, I oppose expanding something that was already permitted. He's outside of the permits already. He's continuing to add bags after he's been told to cease and desist. To me, it's a slap in the face to the commission and their authority. Thank you.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bugg, it looks like you have the floor for rebuttal.
For clarification.
Please state your name first.
Claudette LaJoy, applicant or agent for the applicant. Just to clarify, there were a lot of questions regarding the Girl Scout letter. regardless of the letter, none of us in this room can control how the mail works. But beginning in September or December of 2021, there have been multiple email, phone call, voicemails directly with the Girl Scouts to try and come to some agreement, many of which happened prior to them even sending their protest letter. So we have kept VMRC staff included in all of those attempts, and it was, again, not until just 2 weeks ago that we were able to kind of have them reach out to us. We've clearly been easy to find, and so for your edification on the point, we have been trying to contact them.
Ma'am, for the time, for brevity, and so I can get Counselor straight here, we're not here to talk about the advertisement process. I've said it once, I'm not saying it
I
again.
was just clarifying,
I'm-
there seemed
I've
to
already
be a lot of
clarified it.
questions.
We're here to talk about the application expansion for this area right here, that application for expansion. That is it. Proceed.
I just want to add, excuse me, I just want to add that the discussions among Ms. LaJoy and Mr. Prince, counsel for the Girl Scouts, has been discussing a possible adjustment of Site 1 voluntarily to accommodate what they need. And that has been ongoing. That's why a continuance was requested of today, not by me, but I think the Ms. LaJoy and perhaps others, so that those discussions could continue, which would, of course, include discussions about Site 1 as well. So I just wanted the Commission be aware of that.
Any further questions? Your rebuttal time was used by your attorney, sir. Thank you. Any questions for the commission?
For Mr. Bogues, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I have one
Mr.
question. I guess it seems obvious that the Girl Scouts were known to be here. I'm having a hard time understanding how anyone who's a Virginian or a resident of that area would think that it wouldn't have been gentlemanly to make sure that we've talked to these folks before we encircle them and preclude their long-term use of this property. How do you legitimize that?
I was not involved, of course, until well into this dispute. Are you, as Deputy Commissioner Tankard, are you asking me
Yes.
whether someone for Little Wacomico Oyster should have independently contacted the Girl Scouts, independently of whatever notice they may have not received? Is that the question? Well, I don't think I can stand here and tell you that would be unreasonable, but I wasn't involved in any of that process.
Yeah, so, yeah, I'll ask the applicant then. I mean, you've been on this river, these folks have been using it. I mean, you've encircled them.
I don't know if we've encircled them, but we certainly tried to contact them before we ever put this application in the first time. I've called 6 times. I've talked to the nice lady behind us once. She called me back, but this was after the notice to comply hearing was up. But I did call. We did try to email. We've done that multiple times with no response. I talked to the office 3 or 4 times before we ever put in the application and after. We've also tried to put in, to try to sponsor some aquaculture badges or what have you. Any girl that goes to that camp can leave there with an aquaculture bag. Whether it's 200, 700, or whatever, we'll sponsor it all. We try to sponsor some programs to help them. So we do not want to interfere with the Girl Scouts at all. In fact, we're going to work with them after this meeting, no matter what happens. We're going to try to adjust some things on Site 2 voluntarily and Site 1, whatever we can do to help the Girl Scouts. I've got 5 daughters. 2 of the grown ones were Girl Scouts. We've been to the camp. We've done all that. So we're not against the Girl Scouts. We're going to work with them.
I'll make one more comment. Would it be, it seems to me that the commission should consider deferring this or granting it subject to the condition that an agreement is reached between Little Wacomico and the Girl Scouts on both sites. Thank you.
Any more questions from the commission? That being said, matters before the commission. Commission operates on motions. Mr. Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I appreciate everybody's involvement and obvious passion for this agenda item. So I don't think it's any surprise to this commission or staff that I'm a strong supporter of shellfish aquaculture. I think it's very beneficial ecologically and economically to our Commonwealth. I will say that it's unfortunate in this case that there wasn't a compromise maybe reached prior to where we are today. I'm going to abstain from this vote only because one of my employers, Coward Seafood, Mr. Coward, has consulted with Mr. Cockrell many years ago on the original application, discussed some of this, so I'll abstain from a vote. But I hate to see shellfish aquaculture get disparaged in any way. It's very beneficial to the Commonwealth, and unfortunately, we may not find a compromise in this case, but we should remind ourselves that properly done in the proper area, shellfish aquaculture can be extraordinarily beneficial to the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Mr. Tanker.
I certainly concur with Mr. Erskine. On the eastern shore of Virginia, aquaculture has been a godsend to our community, to its residents, and to our economy. And this type of situation that we see today, I think, it endangers our economic viability of aquaculture. For so many people's use of this area to be precluded because of this situation, I think it's a black eye for the industry. And I would entertain any more discussion, but I would have a preference to see this application revoked. I think that the experience that the creek and its people have endured for the last year shouldn't go on. The actor is not operating in good faith. The stewardship is problematic. I think that the best way forward is for this to be revoked, and I would make a motion of that when it's appropriate.
Mr. France.
Yeah, I have a question for the Shellfish Department. And that would be, we've seen all these pictures of these oyster bags and stuff. And I'm not an expert on that, but in your opinion, do they look like they're maintained properly?
I think when you look at the pictures, I've done a site visit. There are times when they look clean, when they're regularly worked, when they're good stewards of the area. You've seen some of the other photos that may not be the case all the time. Without being there every day, week in and week out, it's hard for me to comment how on a week-to-week, month-to-month basis how they're being maintained. But I have seen pictures where they're well maintained and flipped and very clean. I've also seen various pictures that you've seen today. So generally, the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, follow up, please. Some of those pictures, they look pretty rough with a lot of growth on them. Now, how long would it take that much growth to probably come on?
I'm not sure how long it would take for that much growth. I mean, the pictures that I've seen compared to those, they're probably only like three weeks apart from the time I was out there. So it grows pretty quickly depending on the right conditions. So this time of year will grow very differently than, say, the middle of winter.
Okay, thank you.
Kelsey, you had something?
I was just going to repeat that I don't think we can make a motion to revoke the permit at this time. But other than that, I have nothing else to add.
We'll have that discussion after. You have a question down there, Ms. Kellogg?
I'm not sure if it's for staff or law enforcement, but there was evidence presented that additional bags were added to the condemned area after we issued the notice to comply. Is staff aware of that?
So when you look at after the notice to comply was issued, the area outside of the of the area has continued to be worked, whether this bag's being moved or added. It is tied up with what council said earlier with a notice to comply being appealed, as well as this commission asking for an after-the-fact application to be heard, because it really does give us a direction forward on whether or not the bags in that area with live product are legal or not. So yes, there have been more bags put out there since the first notice to comply, but I believe that's where the appeal to circuit court comes in, where both parties feel that they're in the right.
Thank you.
Mr. Tanker?
And there was some testimony today that indicated that the people didn't have a notice or didn't see a notice. And embedded in that, if my memory serves me, too, is the fact that what they're asking for today, if they had asked for in their original application, more people would have been notified at that point.
No, that's not true. So the requirements of any general permit is any adjacent property owner within 500 feet of the proposed project would be notified. Right. The only applicant, whether it's a small area or the large area that's within 500 feet, is the adjacent Girl Scout camp. So although we still would have advertised it in a local newspaper as we're required to, we also advertise it on our website, and we also have a mail server that you can sign up for public comment. So beyond those, and also if you've provided public comment, I now have your email address on file for this subject. So everyone who submitted a protest also received it, that this will be held today, and they'll also receive a letter of finding. So that is the best avenue for us to do the public outreach.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Discussions, thoughts, concerns, prayers? Matters before the commission. Commission operates on motions. Mr. Tankert?
Well, if I can't do as I suggested earlier, which was revoke the permit, I will move to deny the request for the after the fact approval of this expansion of boundaries.
So I have a motion to deny the expansion. Mr. Branson?
Second.
Now, that's second. Now, further in discussion, do you want a legal answer to whether or not you can request it to be on the next agenda?
Sure.
What I think you can request that. However, I would ask if we could have a bit of time to review exactly what the process should be. And I just need to make sure that it can be on the next agenda. In terms of notice and organizing staff and presentations and everything else. So I think the, request is out there that that's something we want to look into. I would just ask it, we not be limited to, it has to be on the next.
Mr. France?
Yeah, just for some more discussion. Mr. Cockle has spoken today about wanting to work with the Girl Scouts, and this has really wiped their ability to use their own shoreline almost out. And, before we make a decision, I would like to see if some kind of compromise could be reached between all three parties, Mr. Cockle, VMRC, and the Girl Scouts. And after discussion today, I don't know if a vote today on doing anything is the proper way to go. I think through legal advice and through the three parties involved, I think we could come up with if we can't come up with a resolution, then we'll have to do something. But if we could, it would certainly benefit all parties involved, I think.
I mean, you can always defer it, and I think Mr. Bug even floated that idea, so I'm assuming applicants would be okay with that, with a deferred decision, even a deferred decision pending some sort of agreement.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to deny it, so we're going to have to carry that one to a vote if we don't have a friendly amendment or something to it now.
And just as an aside, that is something that staff explored when it was just one applicant one protestant or the Girl Scout, those are things we can generally mitigate. I've got 72 different protestants throughout the entire Great Wacomico. It is a lot more difficult to get 72 people in one room and mitigate all their concerns about a shoreline navigation. So that's why we brought it in front of the commission. It also gives a path forward on the pending circuit court that if there is resolution found today by this board to expand the area, then maybe that appeal in the circuit court has an avenue forward. So without whether or not we can expand this area, that leaves that in the gray area moving forward too. So this kind of gives the next decision point on where to go. And the applicant is free to also, after this, come tomorrow and put in another JPA application for a third spot or a fourth spot to continue to try and mitigate some of these if they so choose. So it doesn't preclude them from trying to negotiate this. It just provides a path forward for the next step.
Thank you. Mr. Branson?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. I think if all of this information that we have today and will develop later, I guess, we'd known that in October, I'd venture to say we may have decided differently on this issue. That's why I felt it important to second the motion to deny this expansion and modification. I'm very sensitive to Mr. Cockrell's business and his expense in placing these and his options. I'm very sensitive to that. You know, oyster aquaculture is an important commerce in Virginia. It's good for our water, it's great for our businesses, and I'm very supportive of that. I'm also sensitive to the public use of our natural resources and the residents and the Girl Scout camp. And so I think after we dispose of the motion on the floor, then perhaps we should have an additional discussion about what we can do in the future at a future date, not next agenda, but maybe in 6 months. Mr. Cockrell currently has a litigation pending or appeal pending, and that's not going to change anything that's in the river right now. Until that has been litigated and done, nothing's going to change. So, you know, there's an opportunity for him to continue what he's doing, for us to give staff time, and it will take time to bring a lot of this information and a timeline that says this is what we knew, this is what we should consider, and with council's assistance on what we can do. I hope we can have that discussion. That's all, sir.
Any more comments? A motion to deny and a second. Motion from Mr. Tankert, second from Mr. Branson. Matters before the commission. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Motion carries. One abstention. Mr. Erskine abstained. Motion carries. All right. You guys want to wait for lunch?
Let's do.
You want to go to lunch? Do lunch. All right, we're going to take a break. Be back at, what time you want to be back? 1:30?
That's fine.
Like the original.
We're going to adjourn till 10 minutes after 1 for lunch. I thought about it today.
I won't be able to make it home.
You're not going, hey, you're not going very far. I'll be dragging you every subcommittee committee I can get.
Commissioner, what did you say? They had to have 1 day away to
Well,
break
that's all,
service?
reset, just reset. Yeah.
What's the,
We finally got. Wayne thinks he'd like at least a week.
I mean, not only did he not.
That's a different breed. What do you hear? All right. Well, we'll hear about it soon. That's the crowd scene.
I don't know, I'm still very cautious.
Yeah, I am too. I think you have to.
All right, everyone, we're back in session. 27th, 2023 Marine Resources Commission meeting. We're on item 10, and it is public comment. Anybody here from the public that wishes to make a comment at this time on an issue that is not on the agenda? And I must have picked the perfect lunch break time, huh? They're a little late getting back. Just remind me of that next meeting. So, all right, moving on. Number 11, striped bass.
Mr. Erskine, second. So, good afternoon, Commissioner, members of the Commission. My name is Joshua McGilly. I'm here to do a public hearing on the proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-252-10, titled Pertaining to the Taking of Striped Bass, to change the maximum size limit for striped bass for the Virginia coastal season, Chesapeake Bay fall season, and the Potomac River tributary summer fall season. So Atlantic striped bass are managed by Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. The acronym is ASMFC, which many of you are probably very familiar with. On Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023, the ASMFC Atlantic Striped Bass Management Board approved by emergency action to implement a 31-inch maximum size to all existing recreational fishery regulations where a higher or no maximum size applies. So the board raised concerns about rebuilding the striped bass spawning stock biomass to the target level by the 2029 deadline, which is required by the fishery management plan. They put a 10-year action plan into effect to rebuild that biomass. If the recreational harvest continued at the 2022 level, the probability of rebuilding the stock by 2029 significantly dropped. The 2022 harvest rates were almost double that when compared to the 2021 recreational harvest rates for the entire coast. This emergency action does not change possession limits, seasons, gear restrictions, and spawning protection already in place for the 2023 fishing year, and it has no effect on any commercial regulations for the 2023 season. Jurisdictions are required to implement compliant measures as soon as possible and no later than July 2nd, 2023, so the end of this week, I believe. If applicable compliant measures are not put into place by a particular state, ASMSC would find that state out of compliance, and then the process of possibly closing the fishery, the striped bass fishery for that state would begin. The increased recreational removal rate is likely to continue as the stock rebuilds and strong year classes become available to the fishery and fishing effort increases. The new 31-inch maximum size limit was chosen to protect the strong 2015 year class, and under existing recreational size limits, fish from this year class would fall within most slot limits and be available for recreational harvest. So now that I've given some background on the management and the emergency action itself, I'm going to get into the changes to the regulation. So on top of changing that 36-inch maximum to 31 inches, we're also proposing to change the name of this particular regulation to be a little bit more consistent with other regulations we have. So on page 1, this regulation is currently titled Pertaining to the Taking of Striped Bass. We'd like to update that to pertaining to, and then taking out the taking of, adding in Atlantic, striped bass, So the new regulation title would be pertaining to Atlantic striped bass. On page 5, section 4, VAC 20-252-90, titled Chesapeake Bay and its tributaries, fall striped bass recreational fishery. Subsection C, it reads, the maximum size limit shall be, it is currently 36, we are updating that to 31 inches total length. On page 6, section 4, VAC 20-252-100, title Potomac River Tributary Summer Fall Striped Bass Recreational Fishery. Subsection C of this section, it reads, from June 16 through December 31, the maximum size limit shall be, currently says 36, you're updating that to 31 inches total length. And again on page 6, section 4 VAC 20-252-110, titled Chesapeake or Coastal Area Striped Bass Recreational Fishery. Subsection C, it reads, the maximum size shall be, currently says 36, updating that to 31 inches total length. This is all to meet that emergency action, that mandatory requirement to lower that maximum size. So up on the screen right now, just to visualize the 3 areas that I've seen and the actual slots that will be in effect. For the Chesapeake Bay and its tributary fall season, the slot will be 20 to 31 inches. Potomac River tributary summer fall season will also be 20 to 31 inches. And then the Virginia coastal area season will be 28 to 31 inches. So staff recommends the commission approve amendment to Chapter 4 VAC 20-252-10, currently titled pertaining to the taking of striped bass, to change the maximum size limit for striped bass for the Virginia coastal season, Chesapeake Bay fall season, and the Potomac River tributary summer fall season from 36 inches to 31, and update the name of this regulation to pertaining to Atlantic striped bass for consistency among regulations. Staff has received 4 public comments on the changing of the maximum size from 36 to 31 inches, 3 in support and 1 opposed. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the commission?
Yeah.
Mr. France?
If we're trying to protect the 2015 year class.
Yes.
Yeah, but those fish fall into this slot?
No, so the 31-inch maximum, it'll be, most of the entire coast will have to have that 31-inch maximum cutoff. The bulk of the 2015 year class fish will be past that 31-inch.
Okay, thank you.
So instead of them being available for harvest, they will all be required to be released.
Mr. Hadley?
Has anybody done any science on the death rate on slot fishing? Considering like below 20 inches, a lot, well, it used to be 18 inches and a lot were caught at 18 inches and above too.
So release mortality definitely varies between the size of fish, but more importantly is kind of the water temperature they're caught in and the area itself, like freshwater, saltwater, the oxygen level. But as a whole, they estimate that about 9% of all release fish do succumb to release mortality. Regardless of size, that's just the entire bulk of the population.
Mr. Tankard?
Well, I've got to ask the question that I will be asked by my recreational friends. Why is it that we're only pushing back the limit of the recreational crowd?
That was the emergency action. That was the way that it was titled for this emergency action by the Striped Bass Board. They proposed this. It's a certain measure they were able to do with a certain amount of vote, and the emergency action itself was just for recreational.
More questions?
And then one more.
I might want to add to that the main purpose of this is that the recreational harvest almost doubled in 2022, whereas the commercial harvest remained about the same. That's the main reason for that.
Yeah. So I have one more question. And then why all of a sudden are we going to call it Atlantic striped bass? Why that change?
Just for more consistency between other regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Got to be officially official.
Yes.
Any more questions? Thank you. Thank you for that, Josh.
No problem.
That being said, is there any speakers in support of this proposed regulation? Any speakers here in opposition to the proposed amendments to strike bass? That being said, matters before the commission.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Erskine, second by Mr. Minor. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right. Come on, I don't foresee this one moving quite as fast. How are you doing, Alexis? Doing well.
Good afternoon, Commissioner and members of the Commission. I'll be combining items 12 and 13 into one presentation, but you're welcome to, I believe, vote on the proposals separately. This is a public hearing on the proposal to amend Chapter 4 of VAC 20-270 pertaining to blue crab fishery to establish management measures, including season and bushel limits for the 2023-2024 commercial crab fisheries. There's also a proposal to amend Chapter 4 VAC 20-1140, prohibition of crab dredging in Virginia waters, to close the December 1, 2023 through March 31st, 2024 winter commercial crab dredge fishing season. So last month at Commission, I presented results from the 2022-2023 winter crab dredge survey, which showed that our total abundance was 322 million crabs in Chesapeake Bay. This is about 20% below average, although it was an increase from 2021, which was the lowest year on record. We saw that the adult females are not being overfished, are not depleted. They're below the target of 196 million, but still well above the threshold of 72 million crabs. And at a rate of 31% of crabs being removed, female crabs being removed, we are not overfishing the female population. However, 2021 and 2022 harvest exceeded the female exploitation target for the first time since 2008, so we're keeping our eye on that. Virginia, Maryland, and the Potomac River Fisheries Commission agreed to maintain the conservative measures put in place last year after the record low total abundance. However, at our CMAQ meetings last year, we heard concerns from watermen about equity within the bushel limits. When the low bushel limits are in place in spring and/or fall, the higher pot categories currently take a bigger cut from the higher bushel limits in the summer. With that in mind, we are redistributing the low bushel limits for more equity between the license categories. So the 85 pot licensees will continue to have 8 bushel limits in the spring and fall low bushel seasons. The 127 pot licensees will have increased from 10 to 11 bushels. The 170 pot licensees will get 14 bushels. The 255 pot licensees will get 22 bushels. And the 425 pot licensees are increasing from 27 to 36 bushels. You can see here the distribution of the number of active licenses and harvest between the pot categories for hard crabs. So the 85 pot licensees represent 23% of active licenses, which is licenses which were reported at least 1 pound of blue crab in 2022. But they only represent 4% of harvest between 2018 and 2022 because lower pot categories means lower bushel limits and lower harvest. The bulk of active licenses and harvest come from the 255 pot licenses and the 425 pot licenses, which are 13% of active licenses, but because they do have the highest bushel limit and an increased number of pots, they represent 38% of the harvest. So in Regulation 270, Section 40, season limits, we are updating each year from 22 to 2023 and from 2023 to 2024. This is on pages 3 and 4 of the regulation. In section 51, which this is the high bushel limits, again, forwarding the years from 2022 to 2023 and 2023 to 2024. And then in subsection C, while we're again increasing, updating the year for 2023 and 2024, we're also increasing those low bushel limits. So if licensed for up to 127 crab pots, you can now fish 11 bushels or 3 barrels and 2 bushels, with 1 barrel being equal to 3 bushels. If licensed for up to 170 crab pots, you can harvest 14 bushels or 4 barrels and 2 bushels. If licensed for up to 255 crab pots, you can harvest 22 bushels or 7 barrels and 1 bushel. And if licensed for up to 425 crab pots, you can harvest 36 bushels or 12 barrels. Moving on to our other item. Historically, a winter dredge season was open from December 1st to March 31st. The 2000 Winter Crab Dredge Fishery Task Force report stated that the winter dredge fishery harvests 32% of female crabs that are in the bay at the start of the season. Not just the start of the year, but the start of the season, where no other crab gears were being fished. And that 96% of dredge harvest was female. The winter dredge fishery was closed in 2008 as part of the 34% reduction effort and the new emphasis on conserving female crabs in the bay. The Commission must vote to close the winter dredge season. Each year, a closure is recommended. So in Regulation 1140, Section 20, we again update the crab dredging season of December 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2024 is closed, and it shall be unlawful to use a dredge for catching crabs from the waters of the Commonwealth during that season. The Crab Management Advisory Committee, or CMAC, met May 24th, 2023 to discuss winter dredge survey results and proposed management measures. And they did vote unanimously to support the redistribution of the low bushel limits that were proposed by staff and that you saw in this presentation. Staff has received 4 public comments. 1 urged the Commission to close the winter dredge fishery. 1 supported the staff recommendation on management measures and bushel limits for the upcoming season. And then 2 addressed blue crab items that are not on the agenda today. So staff recommends the Commission approve amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 20-270 pertaining to blue crab fishery to establish management measures, including season and bushel limits for the 2023-2024 commercial crab fisheries. Staff also recommends the Commission approve amendments to Chapter 4 VAC 20-1140 prohibition of crab dredging in Virginia waters to close the December 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2024 winter commercial crab dredge fishing season in accordance with provisions of Section 28.2-707 of the Code of Virginia. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions for us? Mr. France?
In discussing limits, has staff ever considered a limit on females and males?
That's not something we've discussed. I know it is done differently in Maryland. Their fishery does look a little different than ours, but it's not something we've discussed. It could be something we discuss in the future if desired.
Okay.
Mr. Headley?
When crab dredging was closed in 2008, and it was a 34% reduction to help boost the population back up, how come our population is still at a lower number, even with the dredge fishery closed?
We did see quite a bit of recovery after 2008.
Yeah, because they didn't dredge that winter.
So you can see that from 1998 through 2008, just about every year was below average. And since then, we have had, looks like 7 or 8 years in which we were above average. Excluding 2014, 2015, which were, I believe there was a cold snap. I believe it was factors outside of harvest. But as I usually say, we manage based on trends. And so we are a little concerned about the trend of being well below average in the last 3 years. So that's something we've been working, especially through the Chesapeake Bay Stock Assessment Committee, to figure out what could be causing this. Why are we seeing these changes? It might not be related to the harvest. It might be related to abiotic factors, temperature, especially predation. So it's not something those are something we can't control at this time, but we are keeping an eye on the trends that have us below average.
Mr. Hadley?
This is pertaining to the bushel limits and season months and all. The CMAQ, when y'all went to the CMAQ commission with your recommendation or staff recommendation, how come there wasn't any options?
This was the idea staff had come up with to increase equity. It represents a 20 to 23% decrease in the bushel limits. Staff had another option for a 30% decrease that we figured probably wouldn't be too popular, so we stuck with the 20% that had been part of the original target when first designed.
Any more questions from the commission? Alexa, thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess this is two different ones, because we have, you presented on both the Crab Judge one and the bushel limit one, so we'll chew on one of these at a time. The bushel limits for 27010, is there any speakers in support here on the bushel limits? Mr. Moore, please. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Chris Moore, Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner and members of the commission. Just wanted to comment a little bit more. Obviously, you have the letter that we submitted. I am also a member of CMAQ, and I want to say I think we had a very productive discussion on bushel limits for this year. When the bushel limits were selected last year, there was some concern about equity amongst the different license holders, and I think to your question, Mr. Headley, there could have been other options brought up, but I think as you saw from the unanimous decision, CMAQ by and large felt like the changes that were proposed by staff worked to get equity back in the fishery, and also being that we had a much better winter dredge fishery, a much better winter dredge survey than we had. That was something that allowing some of that harvest back into the fishery was an okay thing to do. So we're still not in a great place, as you saw from the slides earlier, but we're at a place where those type of changes could give back, especially to the largest sectors in the fishery. And so I think that is a good compromise from everyone, and I think that's the reason you saw it unanimously supported by CMAQ. So thank you. Just wanted to emphasize that.
Any questions? Ms. Kellum?
Just a comment.
Sure.
I read your letter, and the comment, wise management of predators such as blue catfish and improvements in water quality will be vitally important with the blue. I just appreciate the comment there. That's a part of it too.
Thank you for bringing that up. I mean, that's the thing. I always say crabs are confounding to us, and it's by far, it's not just the fishery. The environmental factors, the predators are eating them as well. Underwater grasses that we need to make sure we get back. The oyster reef restoration that we're doing that also is providing places for crabs to forage and hide on. All of that's really important. I know you all only have control of a couple of those, but the parts you have are very important, and we love working on the other parts and hope you'll continue to push on those as well. So thank you for that.
I did appreciate it too. I like taking the ecosystem approach. That's
Right.
just, that seemed like the smart thing to do.
Right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any further questions? That being said, is anyone else in the audience in support of the proposed bushel limits and want to speak? Is there anyone in opposition that would like to speak on the bushel limits? Please proceed. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name and the microphone for the record.
Arbor Stokes. How y'all doing this evening? I'd like to take a minute just to talk about the long periods of reduced bushels. Currently on our crabbing season, it's roughly 1,000 commercial crabbers licensed and taking cuts from 27 to 43% with the new limits. And the lower limits that are now in place are in there for 17 weeks, opposed to before being only in there for 2 weeks. And it's going to have more effect on just the money that the boats are making It's having effects on the amount of money that's there to hire new people and the new jobs, or not new jobs, but the jobs that were already there for the people who counted on it throughout the entire season. And I'd just like to see something more done than them giving the limits back for just the big license, whereas we see a trend starting to go back up. I don't understand why we can't give something back, whether in one place or the other, of the season for everybody else to have too.
Is any questions for the speaker from the commission? Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to limits? Proceed, come on up. If I can get there. Come on, Pete. How you doing, friend? You doing well?
All right, you gonna swear me in? Do I really have to
I
tell
got
the
to swear
truth?
you in.
You know, I've been fishing for 50 years. It's hard to tell the truth all the
I
time.
know, that's right. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. State your name for the
I'll
record.
try anyway. Folks, my name is Peter Nixon. I've been a member of the CMAC committee for, I tried to do the math on it, I think 37 years. And over that 37 years that I can recall, nothing's gotten any better. A lot of these regulations have been counterproductive, in my opinion. I'm not sure that this is one of them. I voted for this change mainly because of the equity situation with the big license and the small licenses. But the main problem that I saw at our last committee meeting was, and I had pressed Ron Lipsius about this for a number of years, and I never got a straight answer. It was always a vague answer of, well, we can't do this, and we don't have a basis for that. But we finally pinned him down to the fact that the dredge survey could be anywhere from 50 to 80% off in their estimate of crabs, because they don't dredge in the rivers or the creeks or anywhere. They don't sample there. And his answer to that was, well, we got to get more funding to do that. Naturally, that would be his answer. But how can you make estimates on any of this stuff without accurate numbers? I'm not sure this is going to have a beneficial effect at all. Now, if I could get Alexa to put that abundance thing up there again, there's something that she mentioned that I would like to bring up. Is that possible? And we saw this a month ago, and you all saw this. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm going to address this in the realm of crab dredging too, so that I really don't have to get up here again. If you notice, crab dredging was closed in 2008 and the abundance was low, and then it looked like it shot up there. But I want you to look at a few years before that, 1990, 92, 94, 96. They had, in that group of years, there were higher abundance before they closed crab dredging than there has been after for the last 20 years. So how does that hold any water? What does that mean? We had plenty of abundance with crab dredging, more than we had after crab dredging. So how does that hold any water? And then when Ron Lipsius comes in and says, oh, the numbers could be 50 to 80% off, we don't really know, we got to have more money. How can you make any decisions and think you're going to improve everything when over the last 37 years, everything we've done has failed? So that's all I've got to say about it. I think the crab committee needs to meet more often. I think we need to address this dredging issue and figure out if we really are doing anything. When this was presented to the commission back in the day, there's only a handful of us around here that were, VIMS had a biologist come up in front of the commission. He said, you got 3 spigots of crab industry. One of them is the pot industry. The other one is the peeler part of it. And the other one is dredging. He said, you've got 2 spigots running wide open, and one of them's just a trickle. He said, the one that's just a trickle is crab dredging. Why do you think you're going to close that and think you're going to improve anything? At that time, we were told that crab dredging was only 10% of the harvest. Now I see a 34% number. I don't ever remember seeing that. I don't know where that came from. But dredging, doing away with dredging has done no good. They have a dredge fishery in Delaware Bay that's pretty robust. I don't know how many active members they have in it, but they have an unlimited limit. They make money every year. There's plenty of crabs. They have a good crab pot fishery up there. Now, what's the difference between Delaware and Virginia? You know, we need to sit down and address this thing more than once a year. We need to get a group together right now. This isn't an emergency thing that you have to do right now. Dredging wouldn't start till December the 1st anyway. Get the crab committee back together. Get more than Mr. Tankard on there as commission members. I was glad to see Commissioner Green at the last meeting. You're the first commissioner that I've ever seen at one of those things, including Bill Pruitt.
Probably the first commissioner that actually dredged in Delaware Bay.
Yeah, probably so. So you know all about that. But anyway, this really has to be looked at. I think some of this stuff has to be revamped and gone over again because we're taking the wrong approach. We've gone over 3 decades with bad numbers from VIMS, 37 years of no improvement from that crab committee. Something's wrong, and we need to readdress it. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Callum?
Mr.
Nixon? Pete?
Just, and I mean, staff maybe could answer it either way. We got CMAC's recommendation for bushel limits, but did CMAC discuss the dredge fishery? Were there results?
We never talked about dredging at that meeting.
So that's
You know,
here,
all
but-
the time was spent on a couple other things, and then it was time to go.
The
And
CMAC, okay.
You know, and then I get the agenda in the mail, and there's dredging on it. You know, I knew this had to come up, but it's not been discussed in a decade, ever since this thing closed. And the only reason you have to address this every year is because the legislature wanted to take this off the books. And I testified up there at the last committee meeting that the Senate Ag got. Richard Stewart asked me, he said, well, why can't you and Jack Travelstead just get your heads together and figure out how to do this thing? And I said, well, Senator Stewart, I said, I'm getting old. When I used to come up here, I had a full head of hair. Jack, he's getting ready to retire. I said, we're not going to be around. You know, so what kind of verbal agreement would we have that would be lasting? I said, you need to just leave it on the books and keep it in there for perpetuity. This is, you know, no big deal. But we need to sit down and figure out if it was really doing any harm, if it would be of benefit, and if we need to continue on the path we're on with this fishery, because nothing good has come out of, and you know, we got black sponge laws, 8-hour days, you know, you name it, and we've been restricted, and it's done nothing. Prior to 2000, it was good. Since then, it's 2 or 3 little spikes, and that's it. The rest of them are all bad, way below the line. So you tell me what the problem is. It wasn't crab dredging. Thank you.
I just agreed.
No more lies?
Pat?
I just want to respond to a couple things Mr. Nixon said. First of all, Dr. Lipschitz did not say that the winter dredge survey is off 50 to 80%. He said that the juveniles, their estimates of the juveniles, you know, are probably between 50 and 80%, not the adult females, not the adult males. He said the catchability, we've said this time and time again, the catchability of those juveniles is highly variable from year to year and from area to area. And they try to adjust for that, and they look at that. Mr. Nixon said they don't fish in the river. Yes, they do. They cover the entire bay. If you took the shoreline off the map and you plotted their stations, you'd be able to tell each river they fish in all systems, all across Virginia and across Maryland as well. You know, one of the things he said about crab dredging, one of the reasons crab dredging is 95% of the crabs caught are pre-spawned females. Our management since 2009 has been to protect that spawning stock. We've been managing that spawning stock. If you have to make a cut, is what we had to do, Chesapeake Bay Stock Assessment Committee said we had to take that cut in 2008. That is a logical place to start with. A fishery that doesn't have a high value, limited participation, but it's exclusively females that haven't had a chance to spawn yet. And I believe that's why Jack Travelstead and Rob O'Reilly and the folks back then said that. Additionally, the policy of the Chesapeake Bay Stock Assessment Committee is if the abundance is not above the target, the female abundance is not above the target for 3 years in a row, we can't consider opening the dredge season. So that's been kind of a policy that we've worked with. We've had 1 year and then we go back down. I think we had one period where we had almost 2 years, but we haven't had 3 years in a row. Is that target too high? It may be, but that's what the new stock assessment will decide. So I just wanted to comment on those things. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Gear? Anyone else wish to speak? I usually don't allow that.
One remark, but it's important.
One, you're not gonna be like a lawyer and have like, that one turns into three, right?
He's telling me I didn't tell the truth. Anyway, talking about spawning females, every female that's mated is a pre-spawning female. And there was a commissioner years ago named John McConaughey. He was a professor at Old Dominion. And when we got ready to stop this dredging issue, I said, John, let me ask you a question. I said, we have that sanctuary down at the lower end of the bay. This was before Rom put them all over around Tangier and everywhere else. I said, in that sanctuary, probably 50% of the crab dredging goes on over the winter. I said, why are you stopping crab dredging, but you leave that sanctuary open in the spring and you let everybody from Maryland and all over the state come down there and go crabbing in that sanctuary? Same crabs, pre-spawning females, and we actually work down there until they sponge out. You know, sponge out was early this year. We didn't have to leave down there till the 15th of May. Well, they started to sponge out in 1st of May. So what difference does it make whether you catch them in pots in the spring or you catch them in the winter dredging? Same crab, same pre-spawning female. That doesn't hold water either. Thank you.
Is there any questions from Mr. Nixon? Yeah, I think they held questions, but I didn't want to get you started again. Anyone else here wish to speak in opposition? Come on up, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Emery Rice. Good afternoon, Commission. I'd like to talk to you about some concerning numbers that are shown through the winter dredge survey this past winter, along with some numbers over the past few years that don't quite add up correctly. First thing, I want to state something that I want y'all to keep in your minds throughout my presentation. This is a quote from the executive summary of the Chesapeake Bay Blue Crab Advisory Report from the past 4 years. The Chesapeake Bay Stock Assessment Committee does a report after going over the crab survey results, and on the front page is the executive survey. In the survey for the 2018 through 2021, they all state overfishing is not occurring and the population is not depleted. It also states that the Chesapeake Bay Stock Assessment Committee does not recommend substantial changes in the management at this time. This has been on the front page of each report since 2018. The 2022 survey results are out, but the advisory report has not been done yet, but I'm pretty certain looking at the numbers that it's going to say somewhere along the same lines unless some benchmarks have been changed that I don't know about. So as I continue, please keep in mind, the Chesapeake Bay Stock Assessment Committee states that overfishing is not occurring and the population is not depleted and no substantial change in management is necessary. The 2022 survey results showed an increase of 42% in overall population growth. Females were up 56% and the males nearly doubled. This happened after 2 record low years of juvenile population, which leads me to question the validity of these juvenile numbers. Rom Lipschitz, the head of the survey through VIM, stated at the CMAC meeting last month that the winter dredge survey is missing up to 80% of the juvenile population and only accounting for about 60% in their calculations of the juvenile population. That's 20%, that is at least 20% that's unaccounted for. This estimate has been proven to be flawed since 2011. During 2011 stock assessment, there were field studies done by VIMS and the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center concluding that the juveniles were being missed, and nothing has been done to change how we calculate that juvenile number. Another concern from Mr. Lipschitz and VMRC staff was how close that the Maryland harvests were compared to Virginia harvests this past year for females. There were several factors that went into this number being closer last year than what it has been in the past that were not taken into account, and I asked about it, and it was not quite acknowledged. But the number of active crabbers went down from 798 to 735, and harvest trips went down 15% from the previous season. Our limits were also reduced during the fall portion of last season, and the market value of crabs was lower than average, and we had a high market value of oysters. So a lot of guys got out of the fishery, not being able to make a daily profit, a good profit margin with the low limits and a low market value, where they could jump into an oyster fishery that had high bushel prices and good margins. Listen, at the CMAC meeting last month, when I questioned these cuts being substantial, and I was told it's only a 4% cut in overall harvest, which isn't substantial. I looked at some graphs there, and there's over 200 crabbers that reported in excess of 100 days last season, and about half of those work over 150 days. I personally have averaged 160 days of harvesting crabs a year. Typically, we have our higher market value during the spring and the latter half of the fall, which is when these lower limits are currently in effect for longer periods than ever before. With our limits being cut from 23 to 40% is what we were this past spring and last fall, can you show me how that only results in a 4% cut for myself and those like me that rely on this fishery for 30 to 37 weeks out of the year? And guys, after presenting all this information to y'all, I'd like you to consider some adjustments to our current season and limits. We need our high bushel limits in the fall where the lower limits hurt our margins so bad that we can't even go to work. Typically, we see our lowest market value in September and October, and changes to our fall limit would help keep us in business and would also help the oyster season by not having as many of us jump into the fishery come the middle of October. Guys, keep in mind that some of this data through the survey is incomplete, mainly the uncertainty of the juvenile population and the fact that the female population is nowhere near its current threshold. It's actually more than double. The overall population increased 42% last year after back-to-back record years of juvenile low numbers. Where did this dramatic increase in population come from? And lastly, Chesapeake Bay Blue Crab Advisory Report states, overfishing is not occurring and the population is not depleted. We believe this matter needs y'all's immediate attention and changes are necessary for us to continue having successful seasons going forward.
Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to the bushel limits? Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Monica Shinneman.
Say your name again.
Monica Shinneman. So good afternoon at this point, commissioners. Thank you for your attention in this matter, obviously. I have 5 points of considerations I'd like you to focus on. First, I want you to take a moment to visualize behind me the 30 or so watermen that was at the CMAC meeting that weren't able to be here today, but 7 of us are, right? So I think that's important. And of course, to appreciate the effort and the time that the watermen have taken, especially at Corey's presentation, to take into consideration looking at facts and data, not just feelings. So, the survey in the juveniles has flaws. That's what was presented by the scientist at the CMAC meeting. Now, I have a different opinion, third, on the CMAC meeting than the person on the CBAC board, because I myself came expecting kind of more of a conversation because they're our representation. And when 30 people come to have a conversation, and kind of how it went down was we were addressed, we were able to give some input, but nothing to do with the option for the vote. At that point, the conversation from the audience was pretty much over with. And so to me, I was expecting to have more of a input to the committee that represents us, So I would like to see in the future, and maybe it's because people don't attend like they should, but I would like to see the committees ask for more audience public comment before a vote happens based on the options that they're given. I feel like that would be, a better way to handle it. I know that they work hard and they do, what they can, but to recognize that the audience is there for a presentation before voting. Because I was totally flabbergasted by the time the vote came up. I was like, okay, so I have nowhere to talk. We did express the disappointment and were told that we have one option, and that option was to come today before you. There was one more option to have a discussion, and that was what Mr. Greer had said while we were there. In my opinion, I just feel like that the option that the committee was given was like buying a car based on a sticker price. Something's better than nothing, so let's just vote on that. The Potomac River Commission advisories follow the practice of input, options, and solutions for their advisory meetings, and I just hope that it'll adjust a little bit more to that for the VMRC advisories. Potomac River Commission gave back more on the females. For the 300 pot license, they went from 8 to 12. For the 400, they went from 10 to 16, and for the 500, 16 to 20. So my fourth point is that the takeaway from the CMAC meeting for me was that the survey is not accurately capturing the juveniles. And he did say they needed more money. They needed a different boat to get to the shallower water. With our new warmer weather, the crabs are no longer following the same environmental patterns that they have in the past. I mean, little crabs equal adult crabs, so what's happening? Lastly, basically what I would like to see is a little more given back than the staff recommended. Potomac River gave back more per license, and I feel like Virginia can do more than what was presented as the option, which was one option. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak in opposition to the crab bushel limits that are proposed? That being said, matters before the commission. Pat, come on up.
Just two things real quickly. We did tell the CMAC and the people at that meeting that we would be willing to meet again in the late summer to talk about the fall season. We brought that up, and we've done that each of the last few years. So we're willing to, if things are looking better, we may be able to do something for the fall. And so that was one of the things we did mention. And I also do have, the last gentleman mentioned about the executive summary. I have the 2023 summary in front of me, and the paragraph he's talking about for this year reads, although these results suggest the blue crab population is not depleted and overfishing is not occurring relative to the reference points, estimates of juvenile abundance remain at one of the lowest levels in the time series. Therefore, CBSAC recommends precautionary management focus on protecting mature females and juveniles to maintain a healthy spawning stock. Jurisdictions should also consider conservative-minded measures to protect males, given that the conservation trigger for male harvest has been exceeded the last 2 years. So they recognize that, CBSAC recognizes that the abundance has gone up. It's not a trend, it's 1 year. We had a 3-year trend of decline, and we bounced back up a little bit. So they just want to take a precautionary approach in moving forward this year. Thank you.
Any questions?
I've actually got a question for Mr. Rice, if it's okay for him.
Mr. Rice, come on back to the podium, sir.
Should have asked you earlier. So you were mentioning that the higher limits in the fall would be helpful to you, and I just wanted to know what months you were referring to.
Well, it goes down October 1st, and from October 1st through the end of the season, we're back to our low limits. Usually, our market value is lower during the fall, and I think October and possibly November as well would help benefit us, where we could catch enough volume where we could still make a day's work. We're catching 22 baskets now at, say, a low fall market is $20. That's $440. You might catch a basket of Jimmy's, maybe $500. What it costs me for my man, fuel, bait, and my time, it's not worth me doing. It puts me out of business is what it does. And I know I'm not the only one in that boat. Last year, we were lucky that we had the high oyster market to get into from October 15th on, and it was a good market and a good fishery at the time. So that kind of saved a lot of us last fall, and I'm scared we may not have that situation again.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Yes, ma'am.
If I could present some additional information about the bushel limits. So I put this graph together in case it came up, looking at bushel limit attainment within the hard crab pot fishery. So I looked at all trips from 2015 through 2022. For the season, you've got summer, which is the high bushel limit, and spring, fall, which is the low bushel limit. We did have a few years in there where there was no fall bushel limit, so those would have been, I guess, in this table classed as summer, the high bushel limit. So of those trips, 375,000 trips at the high bushel limit, 367 were at or under the bushel limit. And we don't want to say over or under bushel limit is, a dot, because based on conversions of pound to bushels, based on rounding, we know someone who reports 41 pounds is over a bushel. So we counted trips well below the limit. So this was trips that caught 25% lower than their bushel limit. At the high bushel limit periods, 88% of trips were well below the bushel limit. Were below that 25%. At the low bushel limit season, 63% of trips caught less than 75% of their bushel limits. So you can see that most trips don't even approach the actual bushel limit. But we do also see that the low bushel limits designed to protect females moving down the bay to overwinter and females getting ready to spawn in the spring, we do see more of an effect with that curbing harvest. So, almost 90% of trips at those high bushel limit seasons don't even come close to the actual bushel limit themselves. I just wanted to present that.
Alexa, what year did the year-round bushel limit go in effect?
2014, I believe, 2013 and 2014. I think it was in response to that low abundance period we saw there. And they're started to introduce low bushel limits sometimes in March, sometimes in November. It's sort of evolved over the last 10 years.
Yeah, I was curious, because I do understand Mr. Rice's concern, because, up until the year-round bushel limits, the fall never had a bushel limit, and you usually worked on volume. That's usually what happens, and so that does kind of put you out. Thank you, Alexa, for that. Any more questions from the commission? Ms. France?
Yeah, how do we stand in abundance with male crabs? I know it's a little bit above last year, the survey was, but doubled.
Last year, actually, the adult males doubled.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, male abundance was very low last year. I think
We still
possibly the lowest in the record.
Still below the threshold?
But we don't have a threshold for male crab abundance because we do manage to the females. I can't recall where it fell in response to an average. So this is, the blue line is adult male abundance. So, much higher than 2021 and within usual variation in the last few decades.
That being said, I think we beat this one. Matters before the commission for discussion and/or motion. Mr. Hadley?
I got a little bit of discussion, and so I've been on here about a year, and I've learned a lot from science, but I also want to thank the men that missed a day's work today to come down here and speak on behalf of the crab fishery. That being said, I do agree with Mr. Rice saying that the fall fishery is where we could use an increase in the catch, especially October. November, normally our prices go up in November, being Maryland drops off, and Virginia is usually the only one that has crabs left. So, like I said, I do agree with that as far as having October as a higher limit. And if I needed to put that in a motion, I would do it.
I would, let's get more discussion, and I guess.
How about,
What's that?
just to keep the discussion going, where I crab at, I never see anybody catch a limit, never. Just doesn't happen. And unless you go on Potomac River where you had a 7 bushel female limit, and that, you catch that at 40 pies. But, I would like to see proceed with caution. I think, I'm still not seeing crabs like we're supposed to see. And for the summer months, I'd like to see us continue with a low bushel limit, and maybe in October and November, go to the new bushel limit that I see.
We didn't advertise it that way. That would be more restrictive.
If we're discussing.
If we make it more restrictive, we have to re-advertise. We can make it less restrictive, but we can't make it more restrictive. Come on, Tad, come on up.
I was just gonna say, the way it was advertised, you can do exactly what you're doing, having a discussion and coming up with any alternative within that realm. And if I think you go too far, one of us will raise our hands and step on up.
What did you think of that? Was that within the realm?
Doing a summer? Yeah, you're putting me on the spot.
Some of the low bushel limits.
Yeah, we talked, like I said, we did talk at CMAC about getting back together over the summer and looking at the fall. And so I think that's a real possibility, that if you want to do something in the fall, we haven't done any analysis for the summer yet, so I couldn't really tell you. Have we? No, I didn't think so.
I don't want to speak out of school here, being the chair, but to me, during the summertime, you just stood up and said that nobody catches their limit. Well, lowering it isn't going to do anything. Nobody's catching it to start with. They're already lower. So, I mean, I don't know where the conservation value is that, but, I mean, go ahead, Mr. Tanker.
Well, I was at the CMAC meeting there, chaired it. I'd hoped we'd had a pretty decent discussion. And I know that there's been a burr, and a lot of the larger folks saddled on the larger pot licensees had endured a lower bushel limit when we got to the lower bushel limit. And I think you said that, of the 255 and the 425, I mean, that represents almost 90% of the catch. So they are getting, particularly the 425 guys are getting a pretty sizable increase to their low bushel limit, by 33% for the 425. So it's not as though we're not doing something. I mean, we are. I mean, that represents, the 425s are 55% of the harvest. If I remember, your slide was that correct?
38.
38, excuse me. 55 was the 225. So, I mean, it represents a significant amount of harvest. And, the numbers we saw last year with the dredge fishery were so far down, to pretend like they didn't exist would be tough for us. I think if we're going to be responsible stewards of what is a public resource, so I like our recommendation. I still feel good about it. I think we're being cautious, but I think we're being responsible.
Any more discussion? Yeah. So with the matters before the commission, if there's no further discussion, we operate the motion. Ms. Kellum?
The new lower bushel limit for the 255 pot license is only 1 additional bushel.
Sure.
That's it.
But 9 for the 425s.
Yeah, but I'm thinking most of these are in
But it made
in that
it
255.
made them equal. They equaled all the same percentage cut. Before the 425 pot license took like a 43% cut, when the 255s only took 28, I think it was,
I
percent.
was just thinking if we wanted to give them the higher bushel, limit in the fall.
I would say on as far as looking at the limits, what staff came up was equity. It was kind of like Mr. Moore said, it was more equitable in the cuts. It just got it to where everybody was losing the same amount.
The higher bushel limits in the fall would be these limits, 10, 14, 18, 29, 47, as opposed to the new bushels, which are the 8, 11, 14, 22, 36. So I believe that when he's talking about the higher bushel limit in the fall, these are the bushel limits, you mean?
For October, yes.
Yes.
So what you're talking about is basically instead of it saying September going into effect last day of October.
Instead of going effective 1st of October, go into the effective 1st of November.
Right, but the last day of October.
To give Virginia a chance to, or Virginia crabbers a chance to compete on the market with the most that they can catch, considering the market is lower at that time. I got a question. Is this gonna be two different motions?
I haven't had a motion yet.
No, but for the crab dredging and.
Yeah, crab dredging's by itself. I don't want to chew on that one at the same time we're chewing on this. Mr. Tankett?
Yeah, well, to keep us moving forward, I believe in what we've approved at the CMAC meeting. I think it's a good direction for us. It's certainly not perfect, but I'll move that we approve the limits that we set forth today for the blue crab fishery.
I have a motion to approve staff recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a second or further discussion?
Can I make a friendly amendment to that?
All right, got a friendly amendment offer from Mr. Headley.
If we would have a CMAC meeting September the 15th to reevaluate the crab harvest,
Before September 15th.
or before September the 15th.
Yeah,
I would second it if he would accept that.
Yes, sir, I'd say, I
All
would
right,
accept that.
Let me be clear now, so I get that. So we got to have CMAC before September 15th. You do realize that with the time crunches that staff and myself are under on advertisements, if you're trying to make a change, you need more time because it takes us longer to get regulations through now. So I would say September 1st, probably pushing it.
An August
We probably have that
CMAC meeting?
in July or
Oh, yeah, I mean, so you have to have CMAC prior to September. You'd have to have it prior to September 1st.
July, Saturday.
And we won't really know what's going on in the fishery by then.
No.
we can't act as fast as we could in the past. Takes us about 60 days versus 30 days.
Is Shanna in here? What's the time, what's the turnaround? It's like 45 days, Dales?
Well, so if we're gonna do it in October, we're gonna need to submit the last week of September. So I would say we would need to have a CMAC meeting in the beginning, the very first week of September or the last week of August to make it work.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Shanna. So that's because it's the time crunch of how we have to put things in town hall and stuff like that.
Before September 1.
So,
I say before September 1.
so the friendly amendment is to have a CMAC meeting before September 1, to possibly address the bushel limits in the fall. Is that a good friendly amendment?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we have a motion
Amended.
to accept staff recommendations, a friendly amendment that was accepted from Mr. Headley, and that we would have a meeting prior to September 1st, CMAC.
Yes, sir.
And you seconded that.
Yes, sir.
Correct. And I'll have a second. We ain't making amendments to the amendments, are we? Any more discussion? This Robert Rules things will keep going, you know. So.
We're
all
not,
right.
we're not Richmond here.
Yeah, I know,
We're-
right?
we're
I
Tidewater.
was telling you about that earlier, right? I jinxed myself. All right, that being said, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Can I confirm that the friendly amendment was with a CMAC meeting prior to September 1st to discuss fall bushel limits?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
As late in August as possible.
Probably do it earlier than that. Just to let you know, we'll probably do it much earlier than that, but that's okay to have that date.
It's better than nothing.
All right. We chewed on it. Thank you, Alexa. That was
Thank you.
very, very responsive of you. You and Pat had the hot seat there. You up and down, up and down. I like it.
I'll figure you
All
can
right.
just use something else to chew on after lunch.
Right. On to crab dredging now. So the matters before the commission on crab dredging, actually, I need to see, is there any other speakers in support? Mr. Nixon, you already used yours on this. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak in support of the closure of the crab dredge fishery? Anyone to speak in support of the closure? Because that's what's advertised here, to close the winter crab dredge fishery. All right, is there anyone here that wants to speak in opposition to closure of the crab dredge fishery? Wow, I didn't anticipate that. I'm lost for words. That being said, let me go quick. Matters before the commission.
Staff recommendation.
I have a motion to approve staff recommendations. Is there any discussion? Got a second? Any discussion? All right, Mr. Headley. Got a second. Motion made by Mr. Minor, a second by Mr. Branson. So, Mr. Headley, the floor is yours.
I have to agree with Mr. Nixon when he come up and stated that since crab judging was shut down, that there is nothing changed in the crab fishery substantially. And I would like to see a study done on the crab dredge fishery with boats. I know there was one done maybe 10 years ago, but I would like to see one done now and possibility of reopening this fishery, because the initial talks about the fishery said that it was a huge cut crab fishery and it was destroying a lot of the crabs. Well, when they actually did the study, that was proven wrong. So I would at least like to see a study brought up about it or more discussion about it.
So we have, is that another amendment, or what is that look like?
I can do that if they would accept it.
Well, that would be JJ.
Mr. Commissioner?
Yes, Mr. Erskine.
I would just maybe suggest that you deal with the motion that's on the floor, and then Mr. Headley has a very good point, and I would actually like to add something to it, maybe to request staff work on something to go before CMAC.
Something to go
Maybe
before
deal with the motion that you have on the
I
floor.
appreciate that, but Mr. Headley's free to make the motion or make the amendment. I can't stop him. Are you okay with going forward with the motion?
Yes, sir.
All right. That being said, we have a motion to close the fishery and a second, and then a discussion afterwards. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Was it with the amendment or not?
It's the closure. And no amendment. So can I get a raise of hands of who said aye, please? So it's all but Spencer and Ms. Kellum. Ms. Kellum, were you a no?
Yes. I mean, I was a no, correct.
Yeah, no. So we
I
have
was
two noes.
assuming the amendment was in
Mr.
there.
Headley and Ms. Kellum. Mr. Erskine.
So I would like to, if Mr. Headley's done, or he wants to reiterate what he was suggesting, I would like to request that we look at the way the crab dredge survey is performed. I guess, and I brought this up last month, and I brought it up before, but I don't understand how there can be so much variability in a crab dredge survey from year to year. And it's on the order of hundreds of millions of crabs. Is it just what we need to accept for a factor of inaccuracy? Is that what we're talking about? And I mean, I understand we're talking about females, males, juveniles, stuff like that, but we can't continue this way. I think, some of the comments are correct. We have something that needs to be reevaluated. I don't think it hurts to look at the process that is being undertaken now, along with what Mr. Headley said as well. But I think the survey, whether it's methodology, whether it's location, or whatever it might be, needs to be reevaluated.
I agree. I mean, the survey's been going on. I sat in that meeting and I know it. I was affected by that survey many years. And that survey's been going on the same way when we know that climate has changed and patterns have changed. We had, like Alexa kind of alluded to it earlier, we had one winter not long ago that was unusually cold and all the creeks froze up and all that. We probably had a winter kill, and that hurts your numbers pretty bad too. And so I do agree, we do have to adapt and change as we see the trends, knowing, like they said earlier, the young man said earlier, that the juveniles stay in the shoal of water. I don't know what that looks like. I think we'll have to have that discussion in depth, maybe even at CMAC, while VIMS is there and then the persons are in the room that actually can probably lead us in a direction of where we need to go. I am not surprised that when you bring the topic up, VIMS says, I need more money, because that's the same thing they tell me. So I get the same answer. So, nothing is free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. So if you're going to change something, add something to it, it costs more money. And we're already all operating on a shoestring budget, so to speak. So I do get it. So, thank you for that. That being said, the motion passed with staff recommendation 5-2. And you want to see it on the CMAC
Sure.
agenda? Put it on the CMAC agenda for the CMAC meeting in August. All right, now, on to Marine Improvement Fund, grant proposals. I think we're done. Thank you, Alexa, you did great.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Alicia.
So we have two projects requesting funding from the Marine Fishing Improvement Fund before you today. The Marine Fishing Improvement Fund is made up of funds collected from the sale of commercial fishing licenses. Per code, it can be used for a number of things. Both of these projects before you today fit into that first item, which would be managing and improving marine fisheries. The first one is the testing of a terrapin release hatch as an alternative bycatch reduction device in crab pots from Dr. Randy Chambers at William & Mary. This is a very initial preliminary testing of a new idea. It is a release hatch triggered by an entrapped terrapin versus our existing TEDs in crab pots. It would be conducted in the York River. This would be a one-year project. And the budget here includes the time and expenses for summer work and materials, which aren't a whole lot. It's mostly time in the budget there. And it does include an applicant 25% match, which is a requirement for this fund for research projects. The second project is from our Marine Police Division. It's for side scan sonars. Our Marine Police deploy side scans regularly during their operations. They have several units currently that are aging and becoming unusable. So this would be for 3 of those side scan units. Those would both replace what they have that is aging. It would increase the longevity of the remaining one that's still operational and give them a little extra capacity as well. The budget here is simply just the purchase of those 3 units. There's nothing else in the budget on those. And that would sort of be an immediate project, not with a time frame. Staff recommendation is to fund both projects totaling $172,701 from the Marine Fishing Improvement Fund. Any questions?
Thank you, Alicia. Has any questions for Ms. Nelson from the commission? Thank you. Thank you. Is anyone that wants to speak in support of this? Us spending our money? How about in opposition to us spending our money? You're in opposition to us spending our money?
No, I'm not in opposition. I want to know whether this.
You gotta come to the mic.
Crab device, the turtle device thing is just recreation, or is it,
He's just,
It's a pilot.
you know, we've talked about this off and on for a while.
it's a new method to use for terrapin excluders to look at. It's a hatch instead of the device.
Well, my concern is this Monterey Bay stuff and the sustainability of the crab fishery, and they approve Maryland's crab meat because they don't have any potting in the tributaries, but we do, so we can't get our sustainability here. You know, I've been all through this with the Marine Products Board. Are we gonna end up getting this shoved down our throat?
We didn't get the last one shoved down our throats.
I mean,
What are the odds?
I mean, I look at this as, correct me if I'm wrong, Pat, this is to fund like a project, a program.
To fund a project, to
Yeah.
look at a different method. I think
To
there was
see
a
if
lot
it
of
works.
opposition to the terrapin excluded devices, and it's just another way to look at it. It's, you know, it's not an expensive project. Dr. Chambers has been doing this kind of work, and he approached us and he said, yeah, let's, you know, if it's something that may be easier for folks to use, then it might be worth giving it a try. We might as well let them look at it. It gives us more options if we do have to do something down the line. Okay?
All right. Any more opposition? Would like to speak, anyone else? All right, that being said, matters before the commission.
Move to approve.
Got Mr. Minor making a motion to approve staff recommendations. Do I have a second? Have a second? Second from Mr. Bransom. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That being said, before we close and adjourn, we have 2 members that this is their last commission meeting this time around. And I say this time around because one of our distinguished individuals have been doing this for quite a bit of time, and this is his four-year term that he's done, so that I'm aware of. So I want to, extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. France and Mr. Tankert for their service to the Commonwealth, service to this commission and the agency, and the constituent base that they not only represent geographically in their areas and their hometowns, but the state as well. Y'all have been excellent to work with. You've been absolutely awesome statesmen, and I appreciate everything that you've done for me. Tomorrow marks my 1 year sitting here. And just so you know, on your anniversary, on my anniversary, you guys are leaving, tomorrow we talked about Miles Cockrell too, a year ago. So it's just, we're doing the same thing, and we had the crab limits, so it's just redundancy here. But thank you. We will be bringing you back before the commission at some point to recognize you for your service. I still expect the service on the committees. You guys have been doing great work. If you have a problem and you have too much free time, let me know. There are other committees we can help you with and we need help with. So that being said, I have a mentor of mine that sent a letter in for Mr. Tankert that served as the chairman of this commission during your tenure the first time. And so he sent a few words. He couldn't be here today. So this is from the, as Wilford Cale says, His Majesty Bill Pruitt. So it says, Ed, I write to congratulate you on finishing another term as an Associate Commissioner on the Virginia Marine Resources Commission, and to compliment you on your commitment and dedication to this important area of public service. I enjoyed working with you when I was on the commission, and I appreciate very much the way you treated me when I was working as a consultant for the law firm in Richmond after my retirement from the Commonwealth. Hope to see you on the shore sometime. Respectfully, Bill Pruitt.
Thank you.
He just couldn't make it today. He was going to come, and I was hoping to see him do one of them shows on the floor like he did for Commissioner Bowman. But thank you guys for everything you've done, and the floor is anybody's that wants to say thank you. If anybody wants to come up and say thank you, now's the time before I close this out. But I do appreciate you and appreciate you a lot. That being said, there being no further business, we're going to adjourn. The next commission meeting will be Tuesday, July 25th, 2023.